Feels, come on in. Let's see. Let's see if it's might not. The angle feels almost off, but no, I guess you're gonna make it. God damn it. Congrats. That is crazy. That that is crazy. That's just what happens. Stony, welcome on in. Cybersec, welcome on in. I hope you both are good. It is a good day indeed. That's what happened. That's what happened. Can this bitch ass Discord server hurry up? No, I don't think it can. Well, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Just just a hunch. God damn. God damn. We have some good news ish. We have some news ish, and we have some questions for today. That is where we stand. I feel like some of the things that we want to have and take a look at are gonna happen soon. But yeah, we're gonna figure things out. That's the most important part. That is the most important part. Nonetheless, this is almost done and ready. Is it? It is. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, we have some news-ish. I updated the website a bit in the writing system, which is pretty cool. But it's not done yet. But I'm still like I'm fine. I can't read for so long that I need to do that in multiple days. That's the first thing. The other thing is I've been testing a new hair product, which is a debatable news, and it's fine, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It gives me a lot of curls officially, but it also makes the hair kind of visually dry compared to the usual. So I don't know exactly how I like it. We'll see if I sleep with it, how it goes tomorrow. That's a different thing. That's a different subject. It's still design. It's designing my hair, but not necessarily designing for you. Anyways, I've been working on the specific section of the perfume app to kind of have reply or response to the demands of some of the users that we have, which is, could we potentially get something that let me as the user define what I will see on my recommendations, because right now it's only, you know what, let me open this shit on the side, because I don't think if I just talk about it vaguely, it doesn't make any sense. Uh, so we'll hope, as always, this bitch is gonna take hours to just launch, but it could be fine. It could be fine. We are currently on the setting view, which is not a good option. Let's go into the content view just for the sake of having something. I'm going to zoom in so that we can see things. So basically right now, what it's giving you as the user is a set of recommendations on every morning that contains up to 5 different perfumes of your collection, and then you can pick on one of the 5, and then that's the thing that you wear on the day, but that's about it. And a lot of people have been saying, well, sometimes I want to get something because I'm going to work, or I want to get something because I'm going on a date, or I want to get something because I'm going to, I don't know, something else, and therefore the perfume in question that needs to be worn is a bit of a different scent than something else. But also maybe today it is a summer day, but it's kind of raining, but not really. But I kind of want to have like a winter scent instead, and there is no way for me to do that with the recommendation system on the app, and so I need to go through my own collection manually. And obviously, I know my collection, but it might not be like the easiest thing to do. So the idea is to provide filters and criterias and thing that the user can just select and say, well, I want that. That's the plan. As always, this bitch is taking hours to load, so it's gonna be a bit longer than expected. Um, but I've been hoping to create something similar to this a while ago, and then now I'm creating something a bit different. I don't know if I like it like to this degree just yet. So we'll see, but it's there. So right now, the idea is to have something that is like mostly conversational, and I've been talking about this for a long time. And the idea is very simple. It's just like you have a sentence that makes sense, and you can add and or remove parameters within the filters. So instead of having like just a set of filters that you can toggle on and off, you now have the ability to just select something and say, I'm looking for something that is citrusy or something that is like spicy, and it is for a casual occasion, or maybe I have like a date night type of thing, and it is for like summer or just fall or winter, whatever. And then from there, you can show your matches based on that. So that's a good-ish system so far. It is something that I've been trying to put in place for the longest time, but it is kind of complicated for some reason. It works, but it also is like limited and limiting for the user. So I don't necessarily know if this is something that I want to pursue per se. Uh, but it is interesting nonetheless. So, yeah. So we'll see, and we'll call it. And this is based on Mo's feedback slash comments ask on Twitter. They DM'd me and said, "Well, I love the app, but I would love to have like these systems in place." So we'll see, nonetheless. So this is interesting, and the current state of things is that I have done a view composer as the secondary ID to basically get exactly what I just showcased, but as a full view. And the first variation was a card picker. So basically, because you load the app right now as a card stack with multiple options, I said, you know what, it would be interesting if we had the the same card in your stack, not interactable as a swipe, but being interactive as having the ability to just select things right away so that you don't have to think about it too much. And then click the show matches, and then the card itself is going to just fade, and then you see your details and so on. The issue that I have with this one is that it is working, it is good, it makes sense, but it is kind of small for what it is supposed to be. So right now, for example, you have it with just one entry in the fragrance family thing, but it's if you have three, like let's say you are looking for a woody, fruity, boozy, everything in E, fragrance, that takes a lot of time. And then specifically in the event right now, because it's the test, I only have evening work and dates, but there is also special occasion, there is also casual works and so on. So if it is something that can have like multiple occasion things, it's going to basically fill up the cards way too much, and the structure of the sentence is kind of not the best. So it is a scrollable view, but it's not necessarily working, and it feels tiny. So I wanted to make sure that it was working with a full screen thing, but it's still, I'm not sure. I've been testing it for the past 2 days, but it's not. I'm not there yet. That's all I want to say. But nonetheless, I think that this is a pretty good system for someone that wants critiques, pickers, and so on. And right now in the code, what I have done is that it is hidden within a settings inside of your recommendation system. So if you don't have the occasion filter, toggled, which you don't have access to nonetheless. You just have the cards, and the cards are supposed to just give you the thing. So that's the main reason why I'm like, maybe this card is good enough, and therefore having this version with the card version of the picker is a good option. But I'm still highly debating, and I like it, but I don't love it. And therefore, there is probably something else that I haven't figured out just yet that I need to expand on, figure out, and so on. So that is some of the news of the day, at least the news of yesterday, to make sure that we have something that is a bit better overall, and it's gonna come in soon, I guess. I don't know. The other thing that is not really good for me is the fact that here specifically, and not a lot of people have a 13 mini or 12 mini. Nonetheless, if I start to get like a recommendation with whatever, like anything, it's going to, if you look at the top section, it's going to move everything up on the 13 mini, and therefore you're losing some information. It's not much, but you're losing some information. And I don't like this, but I don't really have a choice because of the amount of space that things are supposed to be taking. So we'll see, but it's working. But it also puts the plus button basically on the tab bar, like toolbar things at the top. So the status bar is getting covered-ish or covering this thing, which means that the hit zone is kind of wrong. So you can only hit it at the bottom. So yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it here. So it might just be switched back to just the cards and maybe making the card a bit bigger than the rest of the cards, regular recommendation cards. So that's the system. I think it works. I think it's a very easy and simple thing to have within like your recommendation system, and it's gonna be fine. You know, that's going to be okay. And then I had a bit of fun with this section right here with ensuring that the edges of these tags rows are kind of fading in when necessary. So this is something that we've done on Phil's scroll bars, and these ones are better than the one that we have on Yolker. That's a for sure thing, because at least they are respecting the fact that this is not fading, and then when you start scoring, it starts fading because there is an overflow, and on the other side is the same thing. So that is better. Nonetheless, I'm gonna still need to fix that. So we'll see. But that's a good direction. And I didn't know that you were into fragrances and so on. And I don't know if you have the app, but the app is there. I think you probably do. I think you probably do. But yes, that's one of the news. And then for Stony specifically, just to give me a pat on the back, um, I was editing the settings view today by hand. I know, I know. It took me a while, but like by hand. And there's a lot of things in there that are like very simple and easy to change, like the designs of these things and changing the icons, importing the icons and so on. But yeah. Um, yes, that's the reason is because it's not on Android, uh, and will never be on Android. I'm sorry about that. Um, I have explained. I have. Uh, I have explained the reason, um, but yeah, it's never going to be on Android mainly because of the amount of free things that Apple is providing that I kind of need to have that. That's a better option if you want to show it in the chat, I guess. I guess. But I don't think it's gonna show up. I'm looking at the things, but I don't think I don't think it goes through. Yeah, yeah, it's not going through. Interestingly enough, it does look like your image went through as an image, but didn't go through as an image. So it's weird. It's weird. That probably is the reason. Yes, exactly. 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 So basically, if I just open the content reducer, I show you exactly the things in questions that are provided for free. Um, Anything that is weather related is going to go through Apple Weather Kit, and that is provided for free. If I use the Google Weather API thing, it is free for a certain amount, but also it becomes paid way faster than what Apple is providing. What we have guessed, because there is no definitive answer for this, in order to Faza, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? In order to reach the paid tier of Apple system, which is extremely expensive, but still, like, this is never going to be my case, I guess. I would need something like 10 million active daily user in order to just be considered for the paid tier. So that's the first thing. And right now we are like at 1,000 users. So that's I have a long way to go in the free tier. On Google, I think if I reach like 1,000 users, 1,000 active users, I would have to pay not much, maybe $5 a month, but that's $5 a month. So that's the first thing. The second thing is anything that is related to the cutout of the images. I guess some of the latest Android devices would have this as an option, but getting background removal by default on images is something that Apple provides in the system, which is, again, for free. And the fact that this is also linked to CloudKit slash Swift data, this gives me a synchronization between devices, iOS devices for free. So I don't need to have a database. I don't need to have a user management system. I don't need to have anything as long as the Apple user has an iCloud account, which is necessary to download apps. Then they have cloud saving, cross-device sync, and all of the other like benefits of iCloud, which is really useful and free. And in order to do that on Android, I would need some sort of a Firebase system, which is fine, but it would cost me a lot very, very fast. The last thing, which is kind of crazy, but it makes sense, is the database that is within the app. So everything that is in there is the local database, which is mirrored with the CloudKit database in there. You can't do that unless you are a business, which is kind of sad. And I'm not a business, at least not on the in the eyes of Apple. In there, there is currently 46,000 entries, 46,000 perfumes. Some of them are duplicated, but like most of them are units. So let's say like 42,000. Most of the databases that exist so far are allowing for near like 10,000 to 20,000 records in the free tier, and after that you need to pay on a monthly basis. Um, and therefore, for 40,000, aiming for 200,000 entries, if not more, this is going to be something that costs a lot of money, even if um, like I find a way to just circumvene and so on. But so far on iOS, it's free. And I'm at 46,000 and it's duplicated and it's fine. And there is no issues with that. And I'm well underneath the threshold of getting paid still. So that is also one of the reasons why Apple is so much better for me because, as well, this app on iOS is a one-time payment. So if you're like, oh yeah, you know what, I like this thing, let me just, you know, get the app, the subscribe to the app. It's just gonna be the 24.99 one time, and then you're done, and there is nothing else that you need to pay for. And that is because everything is free on iOS in all of the infrastructure that is behind. So I don't need to make you pay on a monthly basis, but on Android I would have to. Like I wouldn't really have a choice. Would have to make it like a subscription-based system. And I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it works with perfumes in general, in my eyes. Like I don't think having like a subscription on top of your perfume addiction, which is already extremely expensive, makes any sense. So a one-time payment makes sense, but like for Android, I don't have a choice. It needs to be it needs to be a subscription. So it would be something like $7 a month on top of everything, just so that I can have infrastructure cost being covered. That's not worth it. Not for me, at least. So, yeah, that's the whole explanation of why I am not probably never gonna do that on Android. Same reason for Can. Basically, Can has the ability to be on Android because it is a subscription-based system, and therefore I do have that ability. So the iOS version is a subscription, and the Android version is a subscription as well for the same reason. So yeah, it is annoying, and I wish I knew more, because it's also like a lack of knowledge on my end. That's also something that is to be acknowledged. If I had like more understanding and more knowledge on how to build apps cleanly and specifically backend, I may have options to make it work and make it good. But so far, I haven't found the solution specifically with how complex the current system is. So yeah, it's okay. But yeah, I'm sorry. It works on iPad though. It works on iPad, it works on macOS, and it works on iPhones. Debshi, welcome on in. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna make it. That was close though. That was close. I agree. But yeah, no, it's a nice system. So that's the current debate on my end. I don't know exactly if that makes sense, but it does feel like something that could be added probably in a card system, because of reachability as well. Right now, this is the smallest of phones that exist on iOS, so it have enough. Like there is not a lot of people that have these, and it's already kind of hard to reach right there. So it would kind of need to make these filters be closer to the buttons themselves. But when you do so and you have more than three, like if I just have like a long one followed by another long and maybe a third option for the families, then we are already pushing the content by one line, kinda, not really, but kinda. Um, and then if I move on to something else, like for the occasions, with like two occasions, it's it gives me four lines, so that would basically bump things up, and that creates layout shifts. I don't like this. That's also one of the reasons why I don't like the card version, because we reached these higher tiers of like length very fast. So yeah. Um, That's interesting. That makes sense. Yeah, it's one of the Stony. It is one, if I'm not mistaken, one of the features of Sonnet 5 that wasn't implemented in 4.7, that they highlighted on release day, and we thought that Fable would be doing the same thing, but it's not. And on the competitor models of Soul, for example, they are doing the exact same thing, but not with Sonnet, obviously. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. I agree, but it's good. I think it's good to have dispatch of small tasks to other models instead of keeping the same one busy. But yeah, the only issue that I have with that is let's do that here for some reason. Um, if you have let's you know it's fine. If you have your context, your message, or whatever, in order for Sonnet to send the task to a subagent, it's going to compact that discussion, extract from that discussion the portion that makes sense for the agent, and then send that to the agent in a new context window with something else. So, yeah. Uh, I mean, Excalibur is shit to me. I don't like it. I don't like it. Um, but yeah, the only issue that I have here is there because it feels like that compacting of the discussion plus rephrasing of the task might potentially end up with a rephrasing that is kind of not exactly what you were looking for in the task that was supposed to be done, if that makes any sense. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreaching, which is a probable option. But yeah, I don't know. It might be. It might be. Nonetheless, on the if it forwards your messages to each agent, then you're good. But if it's more of a rephrasing, I feel like there might be some issues in there. But to be checked, as always. It's not. It doesn't cost much to check, so we'll see. Small updates on this one. I still haven't updated the buttons in this at the top, which makes no sense. I've rephrased this, which was product with a point of view, and then now it's like product designer with a point of view, which I think is a better phrasing. And then from first sketch to final build with collaborators is good, and then shipping products that rethink category convention is a good thing. The main point here is like category convention navigation, category convention business and pricing system, and then here it's just like I don't know. A different system, like not selling you any shit. So that's a good thing. Other than that, I kind of rephrased the case study titles here just for the sake of having them making a bit more sense at a glance, so that if you just want to like see something about branding, you go into the brand identity one. That makes a lot of sense. In the beginning, it wasn't this, so that's a better system from my point of view. And then I increased the hover zone of these things. So half a line underneath, half a line above, and basically half a line on the side as well is triggering that, because right before, if I was doing this, it would have like basically glitched a lot more. So that's I think that's a better system nonetheless. And just to get these tiny things, the only thing that I need to change now on that hover effect is the back off delay. I think that's the name, where basically it's not like instant when I'm out, the thing is going away, but I kind of want to have it as a 1 second to 2 second delay, so that if I just do this, it's it's still going to be displayed. So I can have like a bit of a delay thing. So that's a small addition. But yeah, other than that, everything in there is the same. Nothing has changed. I have just made the decision to rephrase some of the content in there to make it a bit cleaner and a bit shorter on most of the things. And some of the paragraphs have been lengthened. So yeah, I've been writing a bit more and chopping a bit more. Sometimes the word count is the same, but the output is better. I feel like the reading and the voice is much better. So we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be fine. Um, yeah. So that's the rewriting, like rephrasing of the thing, right? Or is this your message? I don't know which it does was. In which direction your it does was. Was it like it does rephrase um or that? Nonetheless, pretty cool. Pretty cool if it's in any direction. Um I see. So it does rephrase it to an extent. It's not like a direct um forwards, which is good. Which is good. Uh though, so there was that. That's good. The reason, and I'm gonna showcase some people, it doesn't really matter. Um, I love when users are giving me feedbacks in this type of manner. Their first initial drop was like kind of shorter, and also they did the thing of hello from Brazil, as in every Brazilian needs to say that they are from Brazil. That's their introduction. It makes sense. But then in the thing that I have showcased is that they are one of the few users that have uh I guess, I don't know, I don't track users, so I don't fucking know, but that have made the decision to sort the entirety of their collection into folders and subfolders. So they have like a ton of folder and subfolders um, to just help them organize shit, which is really good. Um, but that is one of the reasons why they were like, well, it would be good if I could have like I'm feeling green today, and therefore um, I'm just going to go into my green collection, my green sub collection, and then sort from there. But if the system could recommend from that collection, that would be pretty cool. And I don't know if most people are like this. I wish they were, but I do not know. But this is the amount of complexity that I think is going to be very much useful for the new filter system. So that's a thing. Also, this thing got a, I don't know how they got this, but that's a wild bottle image. I think I know that the bottle itself is just the lightning ball and not the amp in the background, but nonetheless, when the image got cropped, this being the extracted image is really impressive and really fun. So yeah. Is it? Yeah, that's the bottle itself. So that should be the sticker in question. Um, not not the rest, but they have used this image as their initial thing. They probably did that manually, and therefore the crop got the entire thing, which is really interesting. But yeah, it should have been this. That should have been the output. And if it was using the original image from the original thing, it might have worked nonetheless. So yeah, in there was like a lot of information that was really cool and really interesting for me to understand how they are currently using their collection. And one of the other requests that they had was having some sort of a um, widgets on the home screen to do the check-ins very much faster, and this is not a thing. I can't really make it. Oh, I can't figure it out to make it work. So I'm gonna have to spend a lot more time in figuring it out, because it's just like doesn't something in there just doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't know yet. So we'll see. The thing with Stony, with the perfumes with amp in it and cannabis slash scent in the background, they all smell kind of weird and not like the flowers themselves. Like I don't mind the smell of the flowers, dried or not, in whatever environment. But in perfumes, it creates something that is most of the time not as good as the dried flowers themselves. So I don't think you would be approving much. Um, yeah, it's also because that's a true thing. Um, it's also because the amount of combinations in the notes. So, like cannabis and grapefruits together are probably like that makes it acidic. It's fine, but then having some geranium in the background, which is something that is kind of round and sweet-ish, is going to combat these things, which is the goal. But it also creates like a sub scent that end up being not good, um, or not as good. So, yeah. It also doesn't smell like it. That's the thing that I'm saying. So you can wear it at the airport and you would be fine. Like there will be no issues with it. The dogs would be not even noticing that you exist. I mean, for you specifically, they would because you probably just smell by default as someone that smokes, your hair and shit. But yeah, um, it's the thing is that it doesn't smell like so, but it is categorized as so. Like this one that I have is not good. It's just yeah, I don't remember exactly what I said about it, but I said things about it, and I don't think there are good things about it. Um, this is gonna be the same thing again. No, it's working today. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Uh, I'm also in battery savings for the past few days, and therefore everything is just slow. Nothing works. Nothing's good. We hate it. So we'll see. You have an appointment in 1 hour. I see. I see. I should just have searched. Search would have been so much faster than scrolling through this entire thing. I could just go back up. Yeah, I put it in the never again. So, yeah. To give you a bit of a uh, it yeah, to me it was smelling like a tomato plant. I do remember that. Like the when you go in a tomato field, this is niche. It has tomatoes leaves specifically have a very specific type of scent, and it is what amp is kind of smelling like in perfumes. So Yeah, every everything, even with layering, I was like, this is not a good thing. So yeah, don't like it. Don't like it. Um, but we'll see. I don't know. I wouldn't say that you approve or not approve. It's just like, oh, like, it's a weird set. It's a weird set. Anyways, um, so that's the thing. Having some feedbacks from users is always really good, and we do like it. So that's a good thing. They've been requesting the calendar, which has been added to the profile and will be updated in the next drop. I'm trying to get the recommendation system with the criterias in the next drop as well, so that it's just like the update is more significant, that there is like multiple things happening. But I also might just comment it out and drop the calendar and then just continue working on this thing just for the sake of presentation and shit. So I don't know, maybe, yeah, it would be fine. Could be okay. It could be okay. Nonetheless, this is pretty cool, and we have done most of the stuff. We have one and a half new styled repo that kind of would benefit from a bit of a discussion. So academic humanizer is a new, I don't like it, humanizer for AI writing, which is coming out for academic papers, which in a way I don't like, because I feel like if you wrote your academic paper with an LLM and then you need a humanizer on top of that, did you do the work? Like, can I trust you on you having done the work that is required for the academic paper? So I'm like, I don't know. But also, nonetheless, it is interesting. The skill itself is very simple. It's just like giving you some example and explaining like what you want to have removed from the paper in question. There is a ton of things in there that are like examples based on academic paper writing from AI things. But nonetheless, could be useful for like a blog or other things. And, you know, for the blogs that are automated, this could be cool. Nonetheless, the second one is very much more important and interesting, and it has a lot more styles for many reasons. This is in static, and this is Framer, Webflow, WordPress, but self-hosted in a way that looks very close to the current state of like Framer and Webflow together. So this is an open source version of it with a visual builder and an AI integration. I do think that there is a ton of things in there design wise that would benefit from the hiring a designer. But nonetheless, it is very interesting to have someone and something that is open source to compete with framers and Webflow and WordPress as well, even though WordPress has got an update last month, not so long ago. So if you are someone that is interested in no-code builders and interested in not necessarily having to pay for the subscription that Framer and Webflow are requiring you to have, then this might be the very simple self-hosted running locally platforms where you can just have the exact same experience or similar experience enough to then just deploy on Cloudflare and other platforms um, almost instantly. So that's I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. When I'm saying deploying on Cloudflare and other hosting platforms, I'm not saying that this thing is doing it. I'm saying that if you have like an LLM doing the work in most of it, you can just have it with a GitHub action deploy on your Cloudflare hosting and or Cloudflare pages. So yeah, That's I think this is good. I think this is good. I think this is a good competition pivot for most of the existing no code platforms, and giving them a bit of a hard time with something that is free is good. You could 100% just fork it and then redesign it and provide it as a service. But then I don't know if it makes any sense. But yeah, nonetheless, InStatic is new. I discovered that yesterday, and we need to take a look at it later, not today. But I will need to take a look at how it works, if it's good, if it's like reactive, good enough, and so on. In the sad news potential, I don't know yet. We'll see. My computer has been having a very hard time in the past 2 days in terms of performance. There has been a lot of stutters in videos. There has been a lot of stutters in audios and so on. I've had a system update this morning, but the issues are still there. So I don't know if today's stream is going to break so much more than usual, or if it's just like it was a yesterday thing. We'll see. But that's a potential bad news so far. Other than that, we will see. Where are we on this, Stony? Is are things good? I haven't pulled anything in the past few days, I guess. And I am up to date. What the fuck happened? Um, I don't know what that means, Stony. That's the that's the sad part. I can read it, but it doesn't give me anything in my head. Um, no. Would that work? Yeah, that would work. Let's see. I see. I'm still gonna git pull from there just in case. In the to do in questions, most of the things have been done. It's good. That's good. We'll see how good it is in the future, but yeah, that's good. I've seen I should have saved this one as well. I've seen another repo that is basically taking the thing that you have here of MD files, audits, and feedbacks of what has happened, and create a navigable website easily. I forgot the name. I will probably not find it again, but we never know. And if I find it again, I will give it to you as a potential. I feel like that could work. Nonetheless, this should be selected by default. Just going through what we currently have. So in my eyes, the multi-chat section should be connected by default to all of the existing and connected platforms. And then the user could unselect some, but most likely would be better if it was like an opt-out situation and an opt-in, so you don't end up with a page that's empty in the beginning. It's just like, here are all of your chats and all of your messages, which would be interesting for me, because every time I'm pasting a link in chat on Twitch, I'm pasting it as well on YouTube, so I would probably have both of the rows at the same time, which is interesting. Commands are still good. Chat triggers is interesting. Hmm. Multi-chat is multiple channels. Oh, it's not multi-chat. It's multi-channels or multi-streams on the same platform, kinda. Um, yeah. I mean, the people that I mod for are not necessarily live all the times. Like the only one that would potentially be okay is Cat, and Ben probably haven't streamed in like 3 years, and Brutal as well, and then Sike as well. So these three, eh, not non-active streamers anymore, and Cat is just streaming after me. So yeah, we go there. Grizz, we're calling. How are you? How's the day going? Um, I think the stinky mods was not for you, but more for me as a mod that didn't go into the channels that they mod. I think that's what it meant. Okay, so it's not like multi-chat in multiple channels. It's multi-chat as uh, multiple streams that might not be yours. I see. I see. Nonetheless, the chat comments that I was looking at is here we have Guassel. That is our usual thing. It's like contain exact match, start with regular expression is good. So if it contains anything, then we're good. We have the everyone can trigger it. It's not case sensitive. And then it runs a pipeline instead of a text reply is a good thing, which apparently is not enableable right there. I wish that was the case, but that might be because I don't have any pipeline yet. So yeah, that's the that's probably the reason. Um, in which case, this should not be displayed before the users go through the pipelines. Kinda. So yeah, to be checked. But like interesting. Going back to what I said 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now. Um, it probably would. And it will make sense for me to go through all the features like so, and then notice things like what I just noticed, which is in order for the user to be able to have like a pipeline in, they need to have created a pipeline first. And therefore, from here, it makes no sense to provide the options for pipelines if they haven't seen pipelines just yet. So we need to have the system that says like chat triggers are linked to chats, but pipeline needs to have been set up in a way, or at least the onboarding needs to have you as the user do things with pipelines right away so that it just makes sense. Also, the amount of inconsistency in this platform is crazy. That button right there is good, but also most of the buttons are like white when it comes to that top right corner, so I don't know why this one is not. And in the background being not the card that we have seen is crazy. Like that should have been the empty seat. I don't know. I don't know. Um okay, that's bad, but that's fine. Action is scheduled pipe, no. let's say add just a counter, and then my key, it's probably gonna be, I guess, +1 is probably the thing. And then the condition, no condition, no match, things. In terms of me understanding it, this is how I would set it up. I'm expecting the key to be linked with the variables, which is kind of bad right here. Or if I saved there, it would create the variable for me in there. But yeah, so this is really bad, but that's good. That's a lot of work. That's gonna be a lot of work to fix and figure out exactly how and why and what need to be in there and automated. So we'll see. Let's an event is something different. The overlay something different. Same thing. The empty states needs to be centralized, I guess. That's the most important things. Like here, they are. Like these two are empty and it is centralized, but like some of them are not, and this is just like not making any sense. Yeah, permission system and security is what you paid attention to, which makes sense. But I'll go through a design pass at some point. The thing is, again, I really have a hard time reading the code base and figuring out where things are. Like, it's not impossible, but it's not the easiest thing for me. And like, app makes sense, but then from there, it's just not. It's just not a regular system that makes sense in my head. So it's just it's just weird. Also, yeah, no, I'm not saying this. I'm not saying how the app is set up in the app itself. I'm saying how the app is set up in the code. So it's harder for me to navigate through things because I don't really have the mental model just yet to be able to say this is here and here and here. Like the one that I have there, for example, where if you asked me where something is, like where is this defined, I know that it is in my component. I know what the name of this thing is, and I know how to find it in a way that is like faster than anything else. And I would have some issues with anything that is related to the services because these are a bit more complex, but I still roughly know like where they are and what they are related to and how they works. But yeah, this is not something that I can do right now with the Kotlin code, just because it's not organized in a way that somehow makes sense to me just yet. So that's what I'm complaining about. Like it is probably in there, but it's just like not making any sense. I don't think it's in Gradle. Gradle is not something that we have in there for the presentation, which is fine. The Compose app seems in the name, seems to be where things are supposed to be. And yeah, I don't know. What happened? What did Vils do? on this one. I guess, yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Film is something that FFmpeg should have made. Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that this is something that you have said before. So yeah, I'm doing a branding for tattoo studio. Interesting. The whole thing is on Figma. Cool. It's the first time I faced this professionally. I was wondering if you could help me out to how to actually create. Because you're a bit lost. Give me more information on what you are lost with, what you are used to do, and I might have some better pointers. If it's just like how to use Figma for a client, that's vague enough, and I can help you there. But if it's like more specific, then yeah, I can 100% help with that. But it's interesting that you are doing some tattoo studio stuff. Um, that always has been a bit of a weird thing for me working with tattoo studios for their design stuff, mainly because it's usually the artists in the studio are going to go through the branding on the studio if they have been here for a long time. And they do that themselves, rarely requiring someone else to do the thing. So yeah. Um, let me click on that issue thing. I see. I see. I see. Apple specific HSL? HLS. Not HSL. HSL is something else. It's cool. If it works. That is a great commit message. I like that. I like that. That's good. um, and what was the? This is more a field question then. Not really. Why wasn't this in FFmpeg in the first place? If you're saying that FFmpeg should have done this, um, that's one thing. And then why not? Maybe this is just you don't want to do that, or maybe you want. I don't know. Um, why not add this to the FFmpeg uh, open source repo as a contributor? Feels maybe, I don't know. Um, maybe something else. Also, I don't. This is gonna be weird. Uh-huh. Oh, I don't like this. Are you doing what you're supposed to do? You're not doing what you're supposed to do. Ah, sir. um, EMT is capturing your input. So you were typing and you were typing in Unity. I see. I see. It happens. It's fine. It's fine. Um, that's interesting. I didn't see that last time. You don't want to contribute to FFmpeg directly. I mean. That's good. That's good. That's good. If they want the tech, they need to get the third party option. Yeah. And then they need to pay a license fee. Yeah, 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 for sure. For sure. That's a good option. That's a good option. Uh, I didn't see these, which is good. That's nice. That's nice. You need some kind of guidance in order of what to produce efficiently, choosing typography, logo variants, sizes, other assets. It's the first time I used Figma per se. Before I was more wireframing for websites and such, but never as a designer, I see. Uh, what I have done before is mostly developing and design, but not like the branding, only fake branding for studies purpose with fake brands. Got it. So the for tattoo studio, it is going to be the same thing as for 90% of the branding stuff, anyways, when you are just doing the visual part. So you would have to, like, based on the contract and the thing that you have signed and the thing that have been validated with the studio in question, you will have a set of deliverable that is defined in the contract in question. If you just have said, or if you just said, I can do branding for you, this includes many, many things, and you don't have a scope of what needs to be in there. The most likely thing, and the thing that most tattoo studio would need is for branding, is going to be a logo variations, uh, a presentation of the logo usage. So if you want the logo to be in business cards, if you want the logo to be on the shop, if it needs to be, uh, if you have letterheads and contracts to be signed, like you have um, contracts, basically when you are getting pierced or tattooed at a studio that just say the tattoo artist is not liable for any damage in the future. Like if you respect what the artist is telling you to do afterward for the care, for example, and there is an infection, this is not going back to bite the tattoo artist on the ass. It's just like these are the type of contract that needs to be there, and then therefore the logo is going to be at the top probably because it's letterhead and so on. So in order to do that, you just need to create the logo once and then to have mock-ups of presentations so that the tattoo artist slash studio can see and have an idea of how things are going to look by the simple fact that you are doing the business card as a mockup. It doesn't cost you anything to create a frame with the size of a business card and then give them the file as a PDF. So that's a thing that you can do. I'm gonna go through Mima so that even though you probably have seen it before, but that way you can have like a bit of an understanding of what was done and how things have been done. So this is the PDF that the client has received from a branding perspective, where we opened with a simple, yeah, very simple cover with the logo in the center that gives a vibe of what the logo and the branding is gonna be. So it's a friendly, airy, like nature feel things. Then we go into what the logo is, what are the variations of the logo that are feasible. So we have the mark alone, which is just the M, the logo itself, which is the M with the IMA within it, so that full name, and then the sticker version, because stickers are an entire part of the brand and specifically the app. So that's like three variations of the logo with an explanation of what is the logo, what it means, and so on. The next one is just a presentation of how it can be used. And because it's a digital app, we just have like three variations of just logo variation for the app icon in situation, and logo itself within like an Instagram profile or something else, just as a showcase. In reality, if that wasn't a client that I had worked before or had worked with before, a word just disappeared, I would probably have integrated a lot more mockups here to showcase exactly how the logo should be used and how it would look in business cards, templates, and so on. But that's about it. After that, I have a mood board, which is just where the inspiration came from. This is just for client reassurance in a way of ensuring that the vibe that we have taken as the design consultants that they have chosen is still aligned with their vision. It is based on the brief that we've had, but it comes after the presentation of the logo itself. After that, I just have the colors that are used for the branding in question, and then I have some more usage for graphical elements and other things, which are just like how do you use the logo, how do you make sure that the logo is working, and so on. That's the very, very first thing that the user and client can see and say, well, I do like this, I don't like this, whatever. Like it's a simple thing where right now, because of that branding specific, we had a lot of conversation and bridging people from different places. So the stamps and the letter post or letters slash post stamps on top of the stamps, these things right there, made a lot of sense for that client specifically. It might not be the same thing for you, but that's like digital ID and stamping for letters so that it makes sense inside of the app itself. After that, we had typography to just say, here is the hierarchy of information within the app. We are using these fonts, which are like basically the same font every time except the system font. So very simple explanation of how it is. You can make it look like this if you want to have something that looks a bit different, but it's everything is fine for presenting the font typography in question. After that, I just have like safe zone for the logo in question and additional elements that can be used for decoration around the logo itself and themes. And then the components, because that specific clients had a component set with icons and other things. And then that's just me for the end of the project, just giving them a bit of a data based on the project in question. We have the logo in the corner that is using the stamp thing. We have the right fonts that is used in there. And so like this is just coherence at the end. But that's roughly what I would give for the studio in question. Obviously different styles. um Obviously different vibe, like depending on what you will come up with. It could be something that is very much organic, but that's roughly, at least from my point of view, you would need to send them how the logo is used and what are the variation of the logo. What are the colors that you want them to use for consistency in the branding, the typography that is used on the website and or on the other materials that they would have in order to have coherence on everything. Make sure, by the way, make sure that you have typography that is like available either on Google Fonts or either that is already loaded on any Mac OS and or Windows computers so that they don't need to download anything. But if you want, like myself, a very specific font that is dedicated font, not necessarily available on Google Fonts, I provide the font files so that the client can install them on their machines, but also send them to potential other clients. So in the brand guidelines, it's also TD will go in the brand guidelines for brands. I know. So when Mima client is sending Mima brand guidelines to the press so that they have writings on magazines and other things, the press could reuse the font, could reuse the logo, could reuse the thing that they needed. So that's the thing. This one with the safe zone around the logo itself is something that is very useful in order to ensure that if you send that to the client, also this is not aligned for some fucking reason. If you send that to the client, you give them a PNG of the logo with the safe zone. If it's an SVG, you don't really have the ability to define the safe zone in there. But still, like that's one of the things. Um, so yeah, it's that's roughly about it. So to recap, logos, colors, font, and usage safe space alternative uh, elements would be pretty useful. So yeah. What is Mima? Mima is a social media aggregator. Um, their goal is to, it's not, I think it's still in beta, as far as I know. Yeah. Um, their goal is to basically centralize your social medias in one single feed so that you don't have to create like a new account on a new platform. You just say, oh, I already have a Twitter account. I already have a Mastodon account. It's basically an RSS feed. Yes, 100%. Um, and it works with every platform. At least that's their goal. In the beginning, it's mostly things that are on the AT Proto. So Mastodon, Threads, Blue Sky are pretty good. Twitter is an option as well. So that's one of the main point. Just aggregating other social medias and then giving you some feedbacks on content, like ensuring that anything that is negative, either negative towards you or negative in general, is kind of hidden away, or at least not in your face as much as it is on Twitter, for example. And then you can have access to all of your in-app DMs. So like your DMs on Twitter, your DMs on Blue Sky can be centralized into one single inbox thing. So that's an interesting thing. So yeah, it's a nice system on paper. I'm just waiting for them to do something about it. But yeah, probably as well. Probably as well. Um, but that's roughly it, Fazo, in terms of what I would have when it comes to obviously like the things for tattoo studio. This is going to be a lot more specific and a lot more designed than any of the things that I just showcased. My board branding with my ex right there would have things in there that would help you potentially. I mean, I don't know if you have access to it if you go on my Pinterest profile, but nonetheless, it's the same shit. Um, some things like this. Also, this is such a shit presentation. Uh, so something like this with like the logo as first thing, the vibe right there, the menu, so that the usage of the logo and the usage of the branding, how it's supposed to be. Like this is the logo in question, which is basically a stamp. So you can see that the stamps is done right there, and it is faded because of how it was stamped. So that's a thing that is pretty cool. This section, the row, seems to be the name of the place. They have the letterhead right there. That is just a marker line with Row Sushi Bar in there with the font that they have chosen. And then the stamps at the bottom is a bit of a, either it's stamped manually by hand or it is printed at the same time. I don't know. I don't really care. But it looks like it is not something that went with the print because of how the angle is, where it's placed on the signature section, and so on. So these things are going to be what you can share. Um, but other than that, like it's a very simple system. Let me just give you this directly. That might work. That might work. Might work immediately. Um, so that board specifically might be content that is useful for you in terms of presentation. There's a ton of things in there that are, I would say, more on a inspiration level than on a deliverable for clients. Um, but yeah. Um, in terms of pricing, by the way, yes and no. Um, the it's the weirdest of conversation and the easiest at the same time. So the price is uh, how much they have in budget minus 5%. Like that's how I calculate most of the things. So if they have like a budget of like $2,000, I'm just getting 5% off and 10% off the 2,000, and then say, well, that's gonna be like kind of close into my overall billing. That's gonna be like the 1,600 ish. That's the that's the range of 1,200 if that works with you. But if you haven't asked and you don't know their budgets, then you can't really give them a range just yet. So that's why my range is always it's going to be between 3 and 120K, and it depends. So like uh, I can't if you don't give me, like, as me speaking to clients, if you don't give me more information, I can't really give you the range. Obviously you would love to be free and I would love for it to be 120K, but it's probably going to be in the middle of that. The latest like 5 clients that I've had were at 4.6, 8, and 1.6. So it's like it's a lot of variables. It depends on the work. It depends on anything that they had to be done for that specific work. So it's really wild, and it can change. The thing that is important as well is who is the client and what do they do? Because let's say I'm doing like a branding for a bakery that is downstairs. Their annual budgets for like design work and other things might be close to like $1,000, maybe $2,000 at best. And if, I don't know, tomorrow Google is asking me to do the branding for a new app that they have, it's not gonna be $2,000. I'm probably gonna ask for 20K. Like it's a difference in the company themselves and the outcomes of your work, which is kind of complicated to judge because you can't really know based on many things. But like for Google's, for example, if I had a Google client coming in and said, we are building a new app and we're looking for like a small team to do branding for something, and we selected you, what is your budget? What is your like your rate? And we'd be like, well, it's going to be somewhere around 20 to 25Ks based on the scope, based on the outputs, based on the money that you're going to make out of it. And I'm not going to see a pence. So 25K is probably going to be like in that realm. And for the bakery is probably going to be, well, I come here every week. So maybe if you give me like a cake for free per week and $1,000, we good. Like it depends. It really depends. So as for the budget would be pretty useful. For tattoo artist, um, if you got a deal for a tattoo, then that goes into the price. Like, oh, cool, we can have like an exchange of I'm doing your branding, you're doing my tattoo, and the tattoo is free and the branding is free. That's an option. Um, you know, it's a thing. The most complex things with tattoo studio, if it's a studio that you are working with, is that the owner of the studio is paying the rent, most of the materials, but not all of the material. And then the artists that are guests and or residents in the studio have their own rates for their own tattoo things. And from that rate, there is something that is taken for the studio to pay the owner of the studio to pay the rent and the materials and the other things. So that basically means that the owner doesn't really have a ton of money. Maybe the artists themselves may have more money than the owner because they are charging a lot more than anything else. Um, but it really depends. For example, when I had my arms done in Japan, the guest tattoo artist that was from Korea had her rate specific. And then on top of that, we had to add like 12K, I think, in the end, don't worry about it, for the shop fee, so the studio fee for the rent and the materials and the thing that they have used. So we rounded that up to, I think, 20K because whatever, I forgot exactly, but it was the thing. So, and depending on who you are dealing with for that shop specifically, it might be not a lot of money. If it's your first, if it's your first job, like real design job, you can make it kind of cheap. It's you need the experience anyways. And if you get a tattoo and you don't need to fight for food and you have enough in your bank account to eat for the next 6 months, you can make it cheap. It's fine. It's gonna teach you a lot of things. One of the rules that I used to have, and I don't know if I have it right there. I doubt it. I think we do. I think we do. We talked about it before, but you were not here yet. um, one of the one of the formula that I had is or was this for a certain amount of time and for a certain amount of type of work. So the pricing that I had was like day rate is years of experience plus 2 zeros. So if you're at 1 year of experience, like zero is one, your day rate is $100. That's it. So your minimum is $100, and then that's your day rate. So if you think that the work is going to take you a week, then it's going to be $500. If you think it's going to take you two, it's going to be 1,000. Uh, don't stretch it out. It's just like really your not inflated version of how much time it's going to take you. That's a good system. It's very simple. The project rate is as easy for me, like it's even more easier overall. Um, but that is the best option. So that means that my day rate, basically 3 years ago now, uh, is 17 years of experience plus 2 zeros. It's like 1,700 per day, which is a lot. But if you just book me for a day of work, then that's going to be very expensive. And then if you want to book me for like a month, this is going to be the day rate for 3 days times four, because 4 weeks. And that's roughly 20K. And, like that's the simple system for the calculation most of the time. it works for like a very specific type of client. Right now, my project rate is viable based on the client, and my monthly fee is at 3.6 because I don't care about more than that, and above that I'm gonna need to spend so much in taxes. So yeah, my weekly rate is 1.2. Um, and yeah. Um, the the thing that we have talked about, and also to answer your question, not very few people can afford these rates. Um, but I don't need so many clients. Like that's the benefits. I can survive with about 1 to 2 clients per year and have enough money to. I mean, it's been 3 years of me being unemployed. I've had 3 clients so far, and I'm fine. So that's also one of the things. It's just like, yeah, my rates are expensive, but it's also because I don't have that many clients, and therefore I don't expect to have that many clients. So my rate needs to be high because I still need to be alive next year when you come back to have more work done with me. So yeah, um, that's the thing. But there is like a ton of thing that you can do in terms of pricing to make things make sense. Like this used to be the system that I presented for most of the system, which is pretty good. Um, and the goal for me here on this decreasing, have a good meeting, on these decreasing rates is that my hourly at $800 is expensive, but if you think about it and you book me for 2 hours, you could just book me for a day and it's gonna be fine. What morning? How are you? And if you think that the work is gonna take more than one day, then you could book me for a week. And it's gonna be cheaper, kinda, than if you booked me for 2 days. And if you thought that it would take you more than a week to do the entire work, then you can book me for months and it's gonna be cheaper than having 2 weeks, like 2 consecutive weeks. So like that's the mentality that I have that I kind of like because it's just like I love to have more time to think about the project in question, and therefore I'm giving you as much options to just yeah. If you know that the thing is gonna take more than 2 weeks, just book a month. Just book me for a month. We have all the time in the world, and it's cheaper than 2 weeks. That helps. That helps a lot. Um, and yes, Dora, these are the prices for the Twitch rates. Yes. um, that is good. I mean, the fact that you are 34 starting, um, it doesn't change shit, by the way. The only thing that it gives you is you've been working, um, like 15 years, kinda, on something else. And that's something that we've been working on has given you skills that any other designers doesn't have, for sure. Like, I'm almost certain that some of the skills that you have, I don't have, and that makes sense. So, with that in mind, it's a good thing that you're starting at 34, simply because of that. It's just like it gives you so much more of an opportunity to create something that is interesting and more unique because of your experience. And you can also factor that into your business pricing. Uh, the fact that you are 34 and that you are thinking about changing career right now could benefit you in making your prices be higher.
Chef Arzo just subscribed.
I appreciate the prime. Thanks a lot for that. Welcome on in with the subs and the emotes and all of that. um, the the fact that you're 34 might give you the ability to just make the prices much higher, even though you don't have enough experience in design just yet, even though you were interested in it, but you haven't been practicing for the past 15 years, you might be able to just say, well, my prices are a bit higher uh, than the regular base thing. So if you're able to offer something that you think has a value of like 5K, and the tattoo studio has the ability to pay 5K, then maybe 5K is the price that you have. The thing that I have done also is add 50% on every client. So my first client, if I remember correctly, was free, so that doesn't help. But like my first paid client was $150. That's I was in school, in art school, and I had a friend that had a friend that needed some sort of a website, and I said, oh yeah, I can do that. And then they said, is $150 okay? And I was like, yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, that's a lot. It's nowadays I'm like, God damn, which I should have never said that, but nonetheless, that was like 150. So the next client, I said the rate is 200, like just not 50%, but roughly 50% up. And then I went from 200 to 400, and then I went from 4 to 8, and then from 8 to 2,000, and then from 2,000 to 4,000. And that person said, "Oh, that's a bit expensive." And I said, "Okay, cool. We can reduce the scope and have something at like 3K if that works for you." And they were like, "Cool, yeah, 3K is good for me." So I had my first no at 4K in 2016, I think. Um, and the next client that I had, I said, "Well, the price is 4K." And they were like, "Cool, fine." And then the next one was 4.5 because I had like a bit of a no at 4K the first time. So I was like, just growing, but tiny bits by tiny bits, and 4.5 was fine. And then the next one was 5K, and they said, that's a bit much. And so I said, we can do 4.7 if that's better for you. We can do 4.5 if that's an option, which is like same base, but 4.5 was removing so much thing that they were like, well, I would rather do 4.7. So we did 4.7, and then the next one for me, if I continue with that system, is going to be somewhere along the line of 5 to 6K ish for that same type of work. And if that person says, "Oh, that's a bit expensive," I can just reduce it a bit because I know that in reality I can do it for like $1,000. But also, why not just ask for 4K? You know. So that's the thing, and that's the monthly system. So that's why I'm currently at 4K on 4.5 on this one. And then Dora, you said 5K a month is 60K. Yes, kinda, but not really. It's less than that because there is 25% taxes on everything, so it's roughly, well, 25% less. And it's not much. 5K a month as a freelancer is not much. And so that's also one of the reasons that is just like sometimes more expensive because you need to pay for the taxes. You need to take the taxes into consideration in your pricing. And in the thing that we have been talking about and showcased many times, and we're gonna showcase it again and again and again, we have this. Would we like? Um, and this is the how much should I charge? Should I charge? And it's an old website, but it's still good. Um, and it's just like the design is brand design, or the work is brand design. The client is a private client, so very like private client. Your rate is you don't know yet, so maybe your rate is like 25 an hour. I don't know. You're gonna work on this in, let's say you are doing just for the sake of counting, 4 hours a day. So that's like 4 hours a day for 10 days, maybe 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. So, that's like 40 hours ish. And then the project is going to be interesting. So maybe it's an its own project because it's a tattoo artist thing. And then it would be good in your portfolio. It will not necessarily change your life just yet, but or maybe it will. Nothing will change. Nonetheless, it's kind of fine. And that would be a small 1.4K roughly. To break even, you would be at 1,000. If you wanted to make this thing like, again, this is the important part. You don't like it, charge more. It's fine. Charge a bit less than that, but it's okay. If you like it, you love it, you can change the price. It really depends. I have done that before, and I have explained that as well. If I hate something, I'm gonna charge more just because it's gonna piss me off while I'm doing it. But if I'm paid 2K more, I'm gonna complain less. Like it's just the thing is, I don't want to do it, but you're paying me 5K, so I'm like, I don't. I want to do it for 5K. I'm fine with it. So that's the type of thing that can happen. So again, this is like your pricing. If your pricing is like 50 an hour for now, in order to survive, then it's gonna be a bit more expensive. But that's also very important to know, like where the clients stand. If it's a large corporation, the the system there is going to be a bit more expensive or less expensive depending on what you're asking for. Like it's different pricing, different thing, and so on. Obviously, right now it's just not working because I didn't click on the sign on the right system. But yeah, like Big Corp have more money, aka the Google things from earlier. But can you juggle multiple clients over a month speed, or are you 100% booked at that price? It depends. I'm not booked most of the times because I don't look for clients. I could juggle multiple clients because I'm fast enough to do so. Um, but I would also not enjoy the process of designing if I had more than like 3 clients at a time and have to juggle all of the bureaucracy and the paperwork that needs to go with it. So in an agency, having like 5 to 7 clients working together and my PM is taking care of all the paperwork, I'm fine with that. As a solo freelancer, 3 to 5 is like 5 is max, 3 is pretty good. It gives me like everything that I need. And then going back to um, that with the pricing in question, um, it's not it's not much. The thing that is also very much important, and these prices have been updated, but the website hasn't. One thing that is very important is a business that is paying you 3.6K is not the same as you being employed and getting 3.6K out of the paycheck. So in France specifically, if I wanted to get a 3.6K paycheck post taxes, the business itself would need to spend 7K a month on me because of benefits and health insurance and other things and company taxes and shit. So in comparison, if they just hired me as a freelancer, they are basically saving 3K every month. And so even though it might look like it's a lot, it is very cheap for what they are used to paying for an employee. So that's another thing that is important to remember. Depending on where you live and what you have and what are the worker protections and other things that exist around you. But yeah, Gasface, what morning? How are you? How's the day going? Um, and yes, if you are in a 1 to 2 clients a month, you need also to say my fee for one project or one thing is covering the next 2 to 3 months in rent, electrics, food, bills, anything at a minimum. Like if your minimum is like 1K per month, then your minimum project is going to be 3K. Like that's a bit of the ID if you have like one project, one client a month. If you are doing more than that, you can reduce that kind of leeway version. But the safety net for me is mostly 3 months, just because it makes sense. Um, but yeah, so that's the thing. The pricing thing here is pretty good. It's not the best option, and it's not necessarily up to date, but it is. Uh, it's gonna work and give you all the thing that you want to have in there. Like let's say you want like I don't know, let's just say 50 an hour, and you are gonna work for 100 hour or 80 hours. It's probably gonna be like 3 weeks to a month. And the project is gonna be okay, and it will be fine. Like, that's just a 9K project for this thing. It's the whatever, and your break even is at 5K basically, meaning that if the client is saying, well, 9K is a lot for us, you can go as low hourly based to 5K, and you'd be okay if you really need the business. But if you don't, you can just reduce that to 8 and say, well, it's your first project with us. We can do 8 as a proof of concept. We can reduce a bit of the scope and get something that is a bit less ambitious. And yeah, there is a ton of things that can happen for pricing and ensuring that you get the business that you need to have and that you have the ability to eat in the next weeks. So yeah, nonetheless, in most of these things on what to provide to the clients, as I always have done, is under promise and over deliver. So if the client is expecting, I mean, I can give you that example right here. The client here was basically expecting this PDF. That was the deal. They wanted some branding things, so they were expecting logo, colors, design tokens. So how are these things named? And all of that. Have a good work time, daughter. Colors and so on. And I provided a bit more fun stuff, marketing materials, which are like app icon presentation for like if they wanted to get a purple version or different version of the M just for presentation sake. I gave them the marketing things with like all of the assets that they could use for backgrounds. They use this one for the website, for example, and so on. Like all of that was not specifically something that was supposed to be included in the project, but I did so. But also, and I showcased that before, I also provided this. And I said, well, you get the PDF, you get the things, but because the goal is to have like design tokens, then I'm giving you something that is coded that gives you access to animated logos, loaders for the app itself, color scheme change so that you have like a themable app if potential, all of the icons that needs to be in there, all of the components for within the app in question, um, presentations and so on. And so that is over deliver because it wasn't in the scope of the project. If I had scoped that 5 years ago, it would have been so much more expensive because this was not like the norm. And you're right, this is somehow nowadays something that is essential um, when it makes sense. For example, for your tattoo artist studio, it might not be something that makes sense to them to provide uh, a live brain guidelines because the code stuff, they don't necessarily know how it works. And unless you are providing the website as well, it doesn't help them in any way, shape, or form. Like what they need is things that they can use after the fact. So it might be shit for Procreate. It might be things for Adobe Illustrator. It might be things for any other options, but it might not be like a live brand guidelines and component set just because it's not, you know, um, it's not necessarily the best of options, but nonetheless, yes. So under promise and over deliver is always a good option. It's always has served me well, and it always gives um, recommendations like, oh, I worked with that person, and they were supposed to do just this, and they gave me all of that, and that in the word of mouth is extremely like important and good. So yeah, this is cool. I don't like the scroll. The scroll is hijacked in a way. Um, this is interesting. These are fun. Yeah. Dang. Sorry. Yeah. Shit like this, for example, is good in presentation. I don't know if that's the case. It almost feels like this is AI generated, which I don't really like. Based on the burger itself, it kind of looks like it, but I might be wrong. I hope I am. And it's just like the mockup and the sizes. But this is great. Yes, this is the type of shit that you want to have in presentation for the client so that they can project themselves and see how this thing would work. Um, but it is something that is interesting and would work. This one, for example, like the background should have been removed on this to just have like the vibe displayed properly. Um, but yeah, as a presentation of what you have, yes, this is the type of thing that you want to send to the client. We used to do that as a PDF, and now we can just do that in web. Um, you have sound as well. God damn. God damn. Oh, that's so cute. That is so cute. I like this. I like this a lot. Nonetheless, yes, this is good. So, um, the I don't know if this was based on what they were expecting you to provide. If it is more than what they were expecting you to provide, this is good. If it was what they were expecting you to provide, this is good. If it's less than what they were expecting, this is bad. So if it's more, it's always great. Um, a bigger is better, as we say. But yeah, that's the yeah. It's and yeah, if it's like if it's like a free thing for you to practice and work on, this is really cool. I like this. So going back to the tattoo studio, um, if you're willing to do all that for free, you're probably willing to do the same for a price, and therefore just get paid on the tattoo studio with or to the level that makes sense. So depending again, as always, it's like um if I do like UI, you know what, freelance UI designer rate Paris for the sake of where the fuck I am. A freelance UI designer's typical rate, and this is AI overview, so I don't know if it's true. I don't really give a shit. Um, is going to be between 450 and 650 per day. That's the rate based on what AI overview is giving. Doesn't mean that it's the case. I don't fucking know. If that's the case for Paris, I don't know. Like, let me just get in Tokyo just for the sake of uh, checking shit. In Tokyo is gonna be the salary is 5 mil to 7 mil. So as a freelancer, I don't know exactly how much um, that's going to be. It's probably gonna be a bit more complex. This one is saying that is 12K for a month. No, the hourly is 12K, so that's 170 or 100 and I mean 12K is now $80. So it's a different thing. Um, I think um, Helsinki is 120 an hour in the IN based on what we can see here. If you count yourself as a junior, you would be in 25 and 45, and therefore, like that's the ID. It seems like the local standard local figures is 4K to 5K a month. So if you are under that in the beginning and you are willing to be taking like 3K in your first project or 2K in your first project, maybe that's a thing that you can do. But then again, like I don't think I want to check. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's comparable. This is comparable, but this is fucking per hour. So if you are like at 10 hours a day, never happens. But if you are at 10 hours a day, you're at like 500 day rate, which is similar to France in a way. So yeah. Anyways, back to the tattoo artist thing. Um, it is very important for you um, to ensure that the client is willing, first of all, um, and can pay the price that you have. So if you are thinking of doing this as a this is my first real project and I want to be paid for it and I want it to be a good standing client project, like client designer relationship and so on, getting the information from the client's tattoo artist, tattoo studio, and get a bit of a range of how much they are willing to pay, what they have in the budgets. Um, would they be needing like other things down the line? Like maybe you could say, okay, it's going to be $800 today, but with a clause that if you have stickers to do, you come to me. If you have a website to do later, you come to me. Like things like this could be an option if you have a relationship with that tattoo artist in studio. Could always work. Or you just say, well, this is we want to do this as a good standing designer client relationship. The current price on the market for junior is going to be about 2K for this thing. Is this in your budget? And if you're willing to take 2K and that's good for you, then it's good. If they're willing to pay you 2K, that's good. And then you will say, fuck, I should have asked more. But it's fine. Um, but that's it. Like, I guess based on the realm that we have here for Helsinki specifically, with the salaries, full-time salaries being 4K and 5K. So that's like, again, a lot of the price of the monthly salary is also going into what the company and employers needs to pay to the government for taxes and other things. I don't exactly know how it works in Finland, but for France, a ton of the things that the employer is paying is basically doubles. Kate, what morning? How are you? How's that day going? So that to me would be the base. If even if you want to get your rate as 20 an hours, just to be in the junior tier because you just started, even though you're 34, you just restarted your career as a designer. Go into the 20, and yeah, I see. Damn, they don't pay much. France is basically double. So if you have an employee that is paid, that is getting 2K a month, the employer is basically like paying 4K a month for that employee. Like it's half of it is going back to the government for no fucking reason. And I mean for a lot of fucking reasons, but like nonetheless. So yeah, if they are the taxes for um yeah, the taxes here are like the personal taxes are also taken out of your salary immediately, like from the employer thing. So that is counted in the system. Um, like it's paid while already when you are receiving your salary. So yeah, it's I mean I guess roughly the same then. Nonetheless, a tattoo studio being willing to pay 5K for something might not be the case. Um, so yeah, it is for exposure. I said nothing. It is just for exposure, Petey. Forget about it. No payment. It's just for the portfolio. Nothing else. Nothing else. Um, yeah, it's a coffee and a tattoo, right? On this one, it's you get a tattoo. That's the that's the thing. That's the thing. Uh, so I guess right now the thing that I have is um I this is so much verbose for what it is, but like um 400K yearly, if they have 3 to 5 artists, is an interesting thing. Um, I'm guessing it's probably in the 200K range as a tattoo studio thing. It is currently July, which is like mid-year, so they have made half of that if we go into just regular things. It is summer, so maybe there is a lot more teeny tiny bookings here and there, but that's about it. Um, so if they have made 100K so far as the tattoo studio, right? um, they might not have that much money left for design work, split into like 3 to 5 artists. So it depends. Like I would definitely just go in, ask them like what is their budget for the project, undercut the max budget by like 10%. The main goal is the same. I'm gonna go back here because it makes so much sense for me. The the behavior of people is this. You have your regular regular budget, right? Uh, Regular active budgets. This makes sense to me. That's the full budget, the official actual budget that they have. They will say, "Oh yeah, our budget is this." Like they take a bit off because obviously, like that's maximum, like the max that you would be willing to pay, and they know that if they say a price, that's probably how much you want to charge them. So when they give you a lower number than what they had in mind, and you come back and you say, "Oh, that's gonna be here," like that's the price that I'm willing to do it. You are basically giving them almost half less than what they had in mind in the first place, and therefore in their heads you are really cheap compared to the rest, even though it's like it's fine. Again, if that max budget is fine for you, you can be there, but like most of the times I'm gonna be again 10%, 20% a bit lower because they are giving you less than their max budget because it makes sense, and you are giving them less than what they have given you, which is good. Um, so that's a good system. The other thing that I do, and this is a technique that is called anchoring, which I like. When you are giving your prices, um, eh, you do this. You say the bigger number first. That like that's what I have because in regular speech you do the opposite. You go from tiny to big. So when you're saying it's going to be between 12 and 3, in their head it's like, oh damn, they were about to say 30 or something. That's crazy. But then you say 3 and they're like, oh, it's 3. Yeah, 3 is fine. And then you have a client at 3K. You know, it's like last time I've done this, I said this is going to be between 8 and 3, and I saw her face and she said, "Oh, I thought you were about to say 13." But no, 3 is fine. And then she was like, "Well, we can have a range around 3." And I said, "Yeah, of course." We can have a range of around 3. We would need a bit of a deposit, which will be around like 1.6, which is half. And then we can start. They were like, "Yeah, cool, 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 cool." But they were expecting, because I started at 8, they were expecting 13. And then I said 3. They were like, ah, fuck, 3K. No worries. Good. So yeah, that's the thing. But also having like a range that is a bit bigger than most people is making a lot of sense. So as I just said, they give you a range that is lower than their existing max range. You propose a price that is lower than their already lower than max thing. Therefore, they love you most of the times. Um, and then you get the job. And then once that's done, then you work and you under promise, over deliver, and then they come back to you and they're like, "Cool, let's work again next year when we need something else." Um, because yeah, uh, it depends, but yes, on my side, I would rather go like full amount upfront. Like that, I need the full amount in order to start working. That's it. In some clients that want deposits and needs deposits, which is not necessarily good because it's annoying because of the fees. Because it's like one transaction fees, another transaction fees. So it's just like, fuck me. So that's why I'm going with like full amount upfront, but that's also something that a lot of clients are not necessarily willing to do because they don't have the relationship with the designers just yet. But yeah, it is common to say 30% to 50% of the full amount upfront, um, and then 50% on delivery. That's the other on delivery. The 30% is an option that I liked for a long time, of like 30% upfront, 30% in the middle, and then the remaining 40% at the end, so that it's you have like milestone that you need to reach, and it makes sense. So as long as the client is um like happy with the thing, you get some money out of it. The only issue that I have with the deposits and milestone pricing is that clients could, and hate it happened, just say, "Oh yeah, let me pay the deposit," and then you do the work. You send them some options, some things. You have calls. It seems to be good, and then they disappear. And you've been working for like a month. You've sent them things, and that that was uh, timed perfectly. That was a real silence for sure. Uh, but yeah, no, you could do upfront. I like upfront because that at least I have enough money right away to be able to buy the thing that I need to buy for that client specifically. But otherwise, it is common to have like a bit of a deposit along the line of 30 to 50%. The milestone based is fine, but it is a bit more complex depending on how you define your milestones, and the milestones are going to change based on the client and all the projects and the needs. So it's not like a defined thing that will happen every time. Um, so we'll see. It's a conversational form input thing. Very vague. Very vague. I'm going to show you in a second. Uh, so yeah, ask the tattoo shop what their budget is for that project of rebranding. Provide enough value for them to be like, God damn, where were you before we started the shop? And like, if for you building like a website is nothing, like it's the thing that you've been doing for a long time, it makes sense to you. You like the graphical side of things, but like nowadays with LLMs and other things, you can create a website in about 2 clicks and be done with it with the branding that you had defined in Figma and other things. And at the end of the project, you're like, well, we were supposed to just have um, a branding project, but I also gave you like a redesign of your website with everything working. Just say the word and it can be like live on your own domain if you have one. That is the type of shit that would be like, cool, I'm 100% sure that I will be working with you again as soon as I need something in design. Like there is no questions. And like that's the type of thing that you can do. Um, Obviously, if they ask for the website, then that bumps the price up, which is good. um, the the other thing that I know, which is like a bit of a different thing, but because my ex is a tattoo artist, then I have a bit of insider information about the tattoo realm. uh, they love stickers. They love small things, illustration packs, and other like fun thing that can be at the front desk of the shop that people can take. And so in the branding, going back to where we were a second ago on Pinterest, if the branding can include some things that are like, oh yeah, that would be really good as a sticker, that could be really good as the leaflet that you get at the end of your tattoo for like the aftercare. That would be really good if you had like, I don't know, um, goodie bags which contains um, the cream for your tattoos or the spray for your piercings and so on. Like shit like this as stickers for whatever, they would love that. So that is the type of shit that you could provide in extra without really telling them, but like you disclose it in the last call of, cool, thank you for the work together. We've done everything that was really good. I loved working with you. By the way, I created this, and that on top of the things, which I think is really useful for you guys. So enjoy. As it's just like gifts, even though it doesn't. It took you some times, and it is some effort and so on, but it is the other deliver type of thing that I do love to do, and I don't plan and explain in the system for Mima specifically. We did have some, not really, but we did have some things defined in the logo section, if I'm not mistaken. So these ones, for example, were not supposed to be in the branding system. There was like, well, you know what? It does work. It's the type of shit that would make sense as something that you put on a water bottle, on a computer, on whatever, and therefore just having them as stickers made sense. To just providing that on top, I liked it. And then because of that, they sent me as a referral to another client, and then more business. So we like that. Always like that. It's good. It's good. See, this type of shit would be additional work for free, kinda included, but yeah. Nonetheless, most important thing, ask them the budget that they have for the website and for the branding, and take a look at my boards on Pinterest for anything that is like branding related, packaging related, tattoo related. Also, most of them are potentially going to be some things that make sense for the branding of a tattoo shop. You probably have some inspiration as well. And things I obviously, without having any information about who the tattoo artists are, where the shop is, and so on, my brain is already not fixated on a branding option for tattoo shop, but it's kind of is. So like it depends. You probably already have an ID, and they may have other things that could make sense for you. But yeah, just ask them for the full budgets, what they think they can afford for like the website, the branding, and the assets that goes with it, and then undercut their price by a small amount. Again, 5 to 10% is a good thing. Um, and yeah, I'm sorry. uh, I've I I've been looking at things, but I'm like, not now, not now. I have some ideas, but still, it's just like to me, it takes time. Um, like the my first one, which you can't see, like my first one, this one, which is going up. I I think it was from 2013 to 2015 ish. I was thinking about it, and I think I have pictures of me just drawing it on myself and see on the day like how I felt about it. Like, did I want the cut right here? Did I want the a regular line? I want other things. Like all of that was in the process of thinking, and I think I thought about it for a long time, and then the next one, which are the lines all around here, um, I think was was it the lines or was it the no, it was the line first. uh, like it was 2 years, a year and a half, 2 years as well of thinking before I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That's the type of shit that I have. So I'm not in the realm of like um getting a tattoo because I just want a tattoo, and I most of the times uh get them because I've been thinking about it for too long and it makes sense. But yeah, um I do agree with that. Let's see if I can find them. It's been years. Oh my god. Um no, so it was that. It was that. Yeah. God damn. Every time. I was so skinny. My god. Uh and yeah, this one, the reason why I went with that artist specifically is because I saw a YouTube video of that guy make a QR code as a tattoo. And I was like, well, if anyone would be able to do a straight line on the arms, it's going to be someone that can do a QR code that works. Because at the time I didn't know. And then I had these ones, teeny tiny birds, and then on top of the birds, we added the lines. Yeah. After that, I think the only two that I have um, that have been happening without really having like a lot of thinking before that um, is the one that I have on my finger and the one that I have on my calf, which is not necessarily visible. But yeah, these ones are. I forget. I I forget that I have them because they're on my ribs, and I just don't see them, and I can't see shit. So yeah, Maisie, welcome on in. How are you? Um, can I see that? Damn, that's a bit of a mix of style. It's very much American traditional and geometric at the same time, which is interesting in terms of like heavy line work. This is interesting. Um, that is a sleep, yes. Um, these are not food plating. These are just the restaurant that I used to go to after the gym, and they do some good thing with the balls, and therefore that's a weird sentence. Uh, and therefore I was taking pictures. Um, so yeah, it was nice. They they did a good job, and then profit, and and now it's shit. I think the other one that you saw with the plating was probably this, which is also restaurant place that I love. Do we have more pictures on this one? We don't. Um, and then this one was not boost my post. God damn it! This one was an interesting one. It was a nice place. It closed since then, and I'm just kind of sad about it. Um, but yeah. And you said it was more down? Oh, we didn't go that down. We were, oh, this one. Yeah, that was uh an apple dessert, like a tarte tatin, very French, for my birthday in 2014. And yeah, with a dollop of cream on top. Just oh yes, the very French tarte tatin. It is the right time when we talk about the food. Of course, it was a very inverted tart. But this wasn't something that I did in any way, shape, or form. This was from a restaurant as well. Mhm. As always. This was the gift from my grandmother that said, "Are we going to the restaurant now?" So yeah, this is what we had. But the dinner was pretty good. I still had more fun at this place right there because they had faces on the burgers. So yeah, we like the faces on the burgers. It's cute. It makes sense. It was shit, but you know, uh, yeah. No, other than that, I don't think I have enough food plating. And then I stopped going there after a while because it was just like not as good. Um, and yeah, these ones were good. These ones were good. Look at it. Look at it. Oh yeah, short hair as well. That's that's gonna come back soon. It's starting to piss me off. It's too long. It is. It is an extortion, Stony. Yes. It is very French of me. I want to go back there though. That's the place and the hair, both of it. Yeah, maybe not the haircut because it's kind of weird, but the color, yeah, I need to go back there. You prefer that as a plating? That's a nice plating. Yeah, boy. And then everything else is just like after that, every food picture that is in there, which by the way, that is food. I think I say that every time we go into my Instagram. Um, these are sushis. Uh, yeah, these are 3D printed food from 2020 in Japan. And yeah, it's just it's a mash of rice that is 3D printed in place, and that's salmon puree thing. That's tuna, and this one is one of the other white fish, which I didn't take a close up picture of. But yeah, this is crazy. But then again, as my friend was saying, I wouldn't attempt to eat any of them. Yeah, I wouldn't dare. So, but yeah, everything else after that, the food pictures that we have, most of them except the cakes, are going to be Japanese food. So the plating is debatable, but the flavor is good. Like this one is one of the high-end restaurants, and it's just like, let me rephrase that. It's the high-end French restaurant, and therefore it's just kind of bad. It's bad plating for me. Um, Good food, but bad plating. I don't like it. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. That's about it. It's a very good restaurant for what it is and where it is. It's also very much like, um, how can I say that? Um, Expensive uh, for the Japanese market, but then again, they are relying on the fact that the owner is French and the Japanese crowd doesn't necessarily know that if you're French, you don't necessarily know things about the food. Um, like it's in their mind. It's just like, well, you're French, you know wine, right? Yeah, 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 for sure. So they have like a wine bar type of situation, and then the food is just like mostly French inspired, but Japanese ingredients. Is high quality ingredients with French food, which is interesting. Um, but yeah, I have a bit of an issue with these things because I'm like, does it make sense? It's um, is it good? Yes. Is it enough? Never. I will always have a KFC right after of these things, just because I'm still hungry. And yeah, for the for the birthday or relationship birthday that we had, we went into one of these restaurants in Japan, and we went to another restaurant after. It is what it is. It is what it is. Um, this one looks nice. Like I have hopes, high hopes of what it is, but yeah. Um, I don't know. Damn. Damn. The lone slug. The lone slug on the branch. uh, It's nice. I do like a good course meal, but also, eh, like is it? I don't know. I'm also very uh like expeditive type of person when it comes to food. It's like, well, for special occasions, yeah, for sure, we can go into a high course meal. There is one that I want to go to, which is close by to my place, obviously French, Paris. Um, the thing that is wild is that I go past it almost every week, and it just smells so good from outside. And yeah, I. Mm, every time I'm like, I need to book a table or a seat. It's one of these like open kitchen concepts, which I don't like most of the times. Um, but why not? One day I will. One day I will do that. It will be fine. It will be fine. But yeah, I don't think I have like the pictures of that time. I mean, I know I do, but like not. Hero, well, come on in. How are you? How's the day going? How is your? Sorry, I can unblur this because it's best investment. Best investments. Please don't invest if you don't know what you're doing. But Monster Energy, it's been going up since the beginning. I love this. Congrats on landing at 81. Oh my god. Is it a dropping? Is it a dropping zone? Is it what it is? If I go into the long time ago plates, which are yeah, these ones. I guess these ones are fine, right? Like Stony, congrats. Fields, congrats. Am I the only one that hasn't landed? Oh my god. What the fuck?
Your Labs just resubscribed for 24 months. Wow.
Thanks a lot for the resub, Jerome. I appreciate it. Welcome back. No one has stolen uh your zone though. Cool. I'm not the only one that has missed the target. I appreciate that. Kane, thank you for being with me on the floor. Yeah, no, these ones were interesting, but also not that like I mean not bad. But no, you know, it was fine. It was fine. It was fine. They were nice, but there was like um it was just like a one bite type of situation where you can't really know the flavor as much just because it's not like it's not there. So yeah, and I'm more of a cocktail type of person, so going there for the cocktail don't work. So we went to other places that had other cocktails which were better. So yeah, but most of the times, um, like my ex and myself, we are both liking food and liking good food, so we went into good food places. So you know, it makes sense. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It helps. It helps everything. Damn. See, that's my issue with it. That just disappears. It's just that was wild. But yeah, Mano, we're coming in. How are you? How's the day going? That is cute. That is a cute ass receptacle. Um, yeah, that's a crème brûlée. No, that is not a crème brûlée. But yeah, same thing. Like it's a long 18 course, 15 courses dish where you have everything and it's interesting. Um, what the fuck? I let me. Cool. I ended at the exact same spot. The the place that I go for cocktails in Tokyo specifically is this one just because it's a lounge bar type of thing and the ambience is really good. The owner, or at least the manager that I had at the time, was really friendly and we enjoyed like speaking to one another, which is always a good thing. But um they I don't think we have that. Uh they've been doing like a lot of very interesting cocktails and in the past few years, I guess, um, they started interesting. They started to do some Instagram shit, really Instagram shit. So they have one like the popcorn one. They have another one which I don't know if they still do, um, which is in a pirate chest. And when they open it, there is smokes coming out, and it's meant to be recorded. Like it's meant to go on Instagram, and I'm like, huh, fuck off. So when I ordered it, I I just signaled the manager and I said, I'm gonna take this thing, but don't fucking bring the chest. Just bring me the glass, please. I don't need the chest. I'm not gonna record it anyways. I don't care. But then because fucking Japanese and the fact that they want to have the presentation and the presentation is everything, they still bring in the chest. And I was like, well, fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But you know, they have one which I love, which is called "Are You Depressed?" And it is a CBD oil relaxing cocktail. It doesn't do anything, but it's just like their presentation is just they have done this thing and then they deliver it and then they drop the oils on top in the oils things. But it's a good cocktail nonetheless. So when I go there, it's basically the first one I take every time. Um, A10. You need 10 liters, yes. It is called the A10 Tokyo, and it's uh, it's good. Thindo, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? It is in a very drunk neighborhood of Tokyo, which is good. Um, and yeah, A10 is good. There is the if you want, I mean, don't mix it up. But you also have the B10 because why not? Which is roughly uh, a similar vibe, but not the same thing. It's more like a whiskey bar and so on, like less cocktails, more hard liquors and so on. They have like good whiskeys. So yeah, Lone Traveler, how are you? It is, yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same company behind it. So yeah. Um, Nonetheless, we do like them. We do like them, both of them. I mean, B being in, yeah, that's interesting.
Delete me. Ignore me. Ghost me. Block me.
You're dining about, yeah.
Ghost me.
Damn, that is a. You see, that's the type of shit that I would contact them if I like their content and I like what they've done. I would say you guys need a website that is better than what you currently have. Let me just mm, let me let me get it. uh, is that the same thing? Yeah, that's not even in there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Chifazo, that's basically what you need to do. That's what you need to do in the places that you love. You go there, and then you're good. You know. Um, but yeah, it's fun. Nonetheless, all that to say, we agree. We agree. I feel like I need to click on this one first, and then that after. Yes. Sorry. I get it. I I I get it. It's a Michelin star. Um, it's a Michelin star thing. It's very editorial. This is an interesting concept. It has a strong design language. Nonetheless, it doesn't feel like something that is too old. To be honest, this feels like a currently new design, Brutalis design thing. Like it's fine. It has that receipt paper type of vibe on this thing and this thing, which is fun. It's not necessarily there. But then you have this, which is more 2026 for sure. Um, and it's cute. It works. You have nice pictures. The only thing that I would change in order to not feel vibe coded is the font in question that is there, because I have a feeling that this is one of the current common. Yeah. Um, Newsreader is kind of, I mean, it's not the same as usual, but it is on that vibe. But all of the transitions are good. The animation is good. The only thing that I would say um, is the Michelin star is not might not be visible enough for how important it is to some restaurants. If it's not, then this is great. I like the subtlety of it. It's just making it a tad bigger, maybe a tad bigger here could help, or placing it in a different spots. But the thing that you have with the parallax in images is a very interesting system, which is very old for me, but like it works. This section being like a bit of a reminiscence of the current website is really cool. And yeah, no, I think you did a good job. I think you did a good job. Yeah, this makes sense. Ah, no, I get it. Micro interactions and everything uh, is really cool. I see something though. Oh no! Oh no! Well, it happened. Don't worry about it. I can see others kind of glitch in the same way. Um, I think it's your SVG dots. Yeah. Nah, it's fine. Uh, but yeah, no, this is really good. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Um, Let me. I feel like I missed some things. And yeah, and yes, Playfair is banned because of how it's used. If you use it not as or not in the same way that Claude is using it, then it's fine. But you don't really have another option, so it's kind of sad. But yeah, um, it's in too many places, but not prominent enough. What do you mean by this? Nintendo. Is it for the mission start? Yeah. Um, it's not in too many places. It's next to the logo, which makes sense because you got it, but it feels, based on where it was placed, it felt as if it was part of the logo itself. And that feels kind of wrong to me. But yeah. And Gasface, the A10 is good for also feels have a good time at work. You're probably out already. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. And yes, you will probably catch me Friday. Um, the A10 itself has live DJ, not really, live playlist. So basically, there is someone that is behind the disc, the vinyl, and decides what they take from the shelf. Because, well, that's the shelf. So, yeah. um, and they just stand there and change the disc from time to time. They have a bit of a playlist-ish, but it's nice. It's a nice place. We like it. We like it. God damn. Sorry. I love when Instagram just change shit and breaks the layouts that everyone has worked so hard on. But you know, the whole view is really cool. Like damn. The vibe in there is so good. The shopkeepers are great and very fun. So I don't know if we have, I mean, probably will have the fucking chest at some point in there. Also, obviously, one of the thing that happens for me is that I had a date with a nurse in that place, and I was seated here on that chair specifically, this one, and she was on call. And basically, I was just drinking cocktails, waiting for her to come in. And at about, I don't know, I think I stayed like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, just drinking cocktails, chatting with the managers and so on, because, you know, whatever. And and at some point, the manager came in and says, "Well, we have a reservation for this seat in about 30 minutes, so I'm gonna have to ask you to just move out." And I was like, "Cool, fine. That's good for me. The date is just not coming in, so I guess I'm not gonna do that." And then I stand up and everything is fine. I'm not too drunk yet. I'm kind of drunk, but not too drunk. I go to take my coat, and the manager tells me, "If you want to stay, there is a chair at the bar that just opened that is not booked for the next hour-ish." I was like, "What the- For sure, for sure. Let me just get another cocktail then." I did that, and I I order it. I see the guy prepare it and everything, and then just like I guess a minute before he drops it before me, or in front of me, the girl that I was supposed to meet with say, "I'm finally out of my shift. However, going from where I am to where you are is going to take a long time. Do you want to meet up in the middle?" I was like, "Why not?" The the cocktail just dropped in front of me. I basically one-shotted it, paid for the entire tab, and then took a cab. The thing is, with that one shot, when I stood up from the chair, I was drunker than previously I was, and that wasn't the greatest of experience. So I had to make sure that the stairs coming back up were kind of safe, and then I had another drink at the other place that we meted up, and yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great, and that girl specifically was unreliable all the times. Again, nurse in the emergency rooms, like she is on call and so on, but I couldn't plan anything. Like it was just impossible. I tried to bring her here twice, and every time we did, she just like missed the fucking time. Mm-mm. No good. No good. Anyways, still, I love the place. I love the place. I will go back. I will go back as soon as I can. But yeah, it was really bad. It was really bad. Um, I'm reading back the chat because I can't read fast. Um, but yeah, no. I feel like the good thing, Fazo, for you in terms of finding clients and so on, this is a good thing. Um, one of the freelancer hidden talent is have a good drink, then take care of your scrum. Um, one of the hidden talent of freelancers is just asking the neighborhood shops if they need a website, or just getting on their website and being like, "You know what? Let me just redesign the things." And yeah, I mean, Stony, Gasface is getting paid for the scrum, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Tonton, work on it. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? You've missed the target by a lot, though. um, but yeah, I feel like this is a good option. The one that you done for Boreal is really good. Pot Pot, work on it. Welcome back. How are you? How's everything? Oh my god, sorry. Both of them in the same spot. Oh my god. You were so close. I was so close. Holy shit. Ah. um, yeah, that's good news. Total, that is the good news. That is good news. Um, and then what did you, Stony, you said that earlier about you making the experience of No Mercy better than Netflix. Did I not say anything about it? I feel like, again, I probably have said something in my head. My bad. Um, what is like changed in your point of view that makes it worse now? That's an important thing. Intro and outro skipped and we're like, yes. That was such a from the heart reaction. Yes, it is so shit. I agree. In the latest two animes that I've been watching, the skip intro is giving me basically, I know that I need to press on the skip intro and then the forward 5 second or forward 10 second that they have. I forgot. I think it's 10. In order to reach the end of the intro to be properly placed. The skip the credits things also. Yeah. Um, it's crazy. It's crazy. Um, yeah. Yeah, they have on Netflix, they do have skip recap, then that brings you to the intro, and then skip intro that brings you to 5 seconds before the end of the intro, and then the episode. Yeah. That yeah. The price hikes on Netflix is crazy. I canceled my Netflix last week. I canceled Netflix and Amazon Prime last week, which is the reason why I'm saying maybe I'm gonna have to use what Stony has created. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Big doubts. Big doubts. We never know. We never know. Could happen. But yeah, yeah. I think we had the discussion before with the skip for episodes. Uh, I want when the season, when an anime specifically, but like when a TV show is a continuous story and not like mini stories like Limitless, for example, is a Sherlock, same thing. Small stories within a bigger story, but like small stories across different activities, different things. I don't care about the split, but what I want, if it's a continuous story overall, is watching this 16 hours movie in one go, nothing else. So yeah, yeah. Um, I could. It's not. Let me tell you exactly uh, why it's not like making the software more usable for me. The issue is the content more usable. Basically, you probably remember it's been long enough now, but um, Popcorn Time used to be, is still, I don't know if it's still alive. But is basically what I want for any platform with a subscription. Like I would love Popcorn Time as a subscription. Like that's it. It's just like whatever is the case, and it's just a peer-to-peer thing. It could be. It would be amazing. It would be amazing. I love that. Um, but yeah, God to me. Sorry. Everything is in French. Everything is in French, as if we spoke French around here. Um, but yeah, no, the original app for Pokemon Time, which was peer-to-peer and therefore not legal, is kind of the thing that I want to have in ways where if something is available online, I want to have access to it, um, even if it's for a fee, and not lose access to it. That's the thing. And because of peer-to-peer, you end up with anything that has been available at one point is probably going to be available forever, roughly. Then yeah, I like that. I like that as a concept. I think this is much better. So yeah. Um, I missed one message. One sec. Um, I don't know if you've seen, Tonton. I don't know if you've seen my gripe with Netflix from 3 months ago. Oh my god, this is so shit. This new thing is so bad. Um, I think I have a video of it. I had to record my screen with my phone because you can't screen record Netflix, but it's not gonna be there. Uh, where the fuck is this? If we could search, searching would be appropriate and good here. Um, yeah, it's not there. It is basically crazy on. I guess I have one on TikTok that is good, but the other one is just like you pay $20 a month for the most potato quality ever, and it is wild that they are still in business. Um, I'm giving myself 0 seconds. Um, it's been a bit though. It's probably gonna be the only one where it's not my face first. The yeah, this one. It was good. The the quality there is just like really $20 a month. Damn. Anyways, um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. One day. Uh, I don't. You know what? I don't necessarily uh care about the compression as long as the quality is good. Like if you compress the video and it's like still good, like a 1080p slash 4K video, but compressed, that's fine. That's okay. But yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird thing. It's such a weird thing. I um I don't get it. I would love to know. That's also another thing. I would love to know how much the infrastructure of Netflix is costing them. And that include the licenses, that includes the pays for the engineers and the teams that they have and so on. I would love to know how much they are spending per month or per year. I mean, per month is going to be more aligned to get this like running and how much profits they have, because I know that they are paying a lot because of how much the engineers are paid already. Like that's the first thing that I know. Some of the people that we know that are streamers on Twitch are engineers at Netflix or have been engineers at Netflix. So we've had like a bit of an idea. But the thing that is costing the most, I think, is the licenses per country. And therefore, I kind of want to know how much it costs them on a global base to see if they are like spending. I'm going to say something that is wrong, but let's say they are spending 1 billion per month. I doubt, but potentially. But they are making two per month. Eh, you know, um, I don't know. That's also true. Yeah, that is also true. Everything is compressed online, but also I feel like, I mean, I had a chat with Kat yesterday. I haven't been to the movie theater in about, I don't know, 5 years. Um, and I'm watching movies on my iPad anyways. Like even if I legally acquire them, I almost said something. If I legally acquire them in the highest quality possible, I will watch them on my iPad just because it's on my bed. Or I will watch them on my computer, which is like, they are good screens, but they are not like the best screens ever anyways. So that's why I'm like, I don't really give a shit about the quality of, as long as the quality of is good enough for the screen that I'm watching in them for. I know that I will probably never watch something on my phone, like not a movie, like that has never made any sense to me. Watching YouTube video on my phone is always weird. Like I don't do it. I do it when I don't have a choice, but I would rather move the video on the iPad or on my computer just because it's a better screen and so on. But yeah, I don't know. So that might be the reason why I don't really care about the compression. Um, and you're kind of right on the because everything is shit now. But yeah. Um, and yeah, for you it is worth it to have like the highest quality and less compression and so on. I get that. Um, but also your system is the encoding slash compression to make sure that the flow of data is uninterrupted, and that's a good system. Um, that's interesting. And Lone Trotter, what you talking about? You said actual interesting stuff, and then nothing happened. Are you just typing? You might just be just typing. I know you like to do big ass blocks of text. uh, but yeah, no, I do think that there is um maybe they say they spend 100 mil per month in cloud infrastructure, which means that there is a ton of other thing that is like not included. Um, yeah, AWS is like 9 mil. Goddamn. Yeah, for sure. Um, Current estimates of 1 to 3 bill annually, which is basically what I was saying. 1.3. This is relative and with a fucking if you spend 1 bill annually and you have 42 in profit, fuck off. That's what I'm gonna be. Um, yeah, it's just like I know that what costs the most is probably storage and servers hosting the files and so on, and then again the licenses is probably the thing. But 45 bill in 2025 and you can't provide a better infrastructure is wild. Yeah, it's again, I think this is something that we have talked about before, but I used to be a pirate. uh, and then somehow Spotify came up and it was easier to get access to the music that I was looking for than going through the downloading and then hosting some space on my drive and so on. So I moved to Spotify. And then and then I I used to download movies and put it on my Plex servers. And then Netflix became like more interesting and easier to access and so on. And I didn't mind paying like $9 a month because $9 a month, right? And now I I want to, God damn it, I want to watch the SGU, and it's not available anywhere, except if I put myself on a VPN to the US and I open Amazon Prime Video for 2 days in a row with the VPN on, and then maybe it's available. And yeah, like it's just if I want to watch this again, I need to download it. I don't have a choice. Like just to have access to it as a location, it just makes sense to have it here. So yeah. Um like that's what needs to happen. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice, which is kind of sad. But yeah, they did that to themselves. They just like they were good, and the only thing that even Spotify right now is pissing me off in some cases where I see this track is not available in your region, and that pissed me off. Like that shouldn't exist. If I again, that goes with your thesis, Stony. But if I bought the disc, it would be on the disc. That's it. So, what the fuck do you mean it's not available in my region? Um, but yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I stopped paying. I stopped paying for Netflix last week. I stopped paying for Amazon Prime last week as well, also because I need to save on money on this month, a bit, just a bit. And I kept Disney Plus because I pay in yen, and therefore it's just $70 instead of the 98 that they are supposed to be paying around here. So I'm like, yeah, I'm fine with that. And again, same reason. If I cancel, I will then be rerouted to the French um, system and wouldn't be able to pay in yen again. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it probably for that same reason. I should have renewed my system uh, in in Japan. That would have been so much easier and better for me price wise. So yeah. Um, I don't know. You know what? I think I know. uh, I think I know. The executives of these companies are going to be most of the time older people that didn't have to uh, pirate anything, and they were when they were younger. These types of services didn't exist, and pirating was not necessarily a thing yet, or at least not as much. And the the system of them saying, well, it would be good if we had a system that does that, and then it works, and it made them money. And then the people that are now taking over these older people have never experienced the piracy in any way, shape, or form. Because as Tonton mentioned, we forgot or we never knew. Like most of the new generation has no idea how readily available we had things on the internet in the first place. Like when it started, you had access to almost everything if you just looked around. And nowadays, you have access to almost everything if you just pay for it. And because most of the new generation are like, yeah, you can find things if you pay for it, and not you can find things if you look for it. Then their mindset is set to if you pay for it. So therefore, the thing that they are doing is making other people pay for it because that's the only thing that they know. So the executive, the managers, the teams inside of companies are probably just in the same mindset of, yeah, if you pay for it, you can have access for it. But we as older, sorry, remember that it's just like, eh, we remember that we had access to things. Like I used to go into um, a media tech, if that means anything, a media library which contains book, CDs, DVDs, and other things on a weekly basis with my sister and my mom, to just rent the CDs and the comics and the books and the things. And then what happened, legally speaking, is that macOS was so good that when you put a disk in your Mac, it just was copied instantly onto iTunes. and then you had it on your iTunes library. Eh, eh, I don't know. I don't know. It happens. It was so easy, and it was the same thing for movies. Um, macOS was really good for that, by the way. I don't know if that's also like one of the reasons why macOS might have been better. Uh, it's just like you just put the disk in the disk drive, and then and weirdly enough, it was on your computer. And then if you remove the disk, it was on your computer. That that I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. So yeah, we used to have it so easier than now. And now even I feel like even pirating and peer-to-peer things is just more complex than before. Like it used to be just go into Pirate Bay and be good with it. Like it's gonna be fine. Or use LimeWire if you're old enough. And uTorrent and shit. But it's like it doesn't feel as easy as it used to. I'm guessing also because I'm not into the weeds as much as I used to. Um, but yeah, and yes, the the Steam as an example is the best example. Um, it's uh, it's still the best example of why piracy is not a problem, and Steam is making so much money that they can sustain themselves, and they are just sued because of greed from other people. But yeah, I don't know. Um, to me, it makes no sense. Like I once again agree with the fact that if we had ungreedy or less greedy, just 10% less greedy people, we would have a better world. Even 50% less greedy people, as in the people that are greedy are still greedy, but they are 50% less greedy than what they are now, right? Like if they are making 100 mil a year, they are just making 50 now. And I don't think that would change their lives in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, I don't know. Nanny, what call it? Um, I am. um, I'm a designer person. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Designer person, so still my quest, sadly. I mean, sadly, I don't know. It depends. It depends. But also, how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. um, I think, Stony, I think the one-time fee is making sense as long as you don't provide a service that costs you money on a weekly or monthly basis. That's fine. Um, because it's just like support the dev. That's an open source thing, and therefore just like eh, you know, um, would work. But also in the current climate of things, asking for one-time fee is better than asking for subscription, but asking for any fee on an open source project is just like uh, specifically now. That's the thing that I've said last time. I will find a thing and figure out that it is paid, and I would rather vibe code a shitty ass version of it then pay for the thing because it's a subscription system. If it's a one-time payment, I'd probably just pay the one-time payments. But if it's a subscription system, I would probably just be like, how odd can it be? And just vibe with things. No, I haven't tried Kimi K3 yet. I don't have access to it. I used to have my Kimi account, but then now everything is sold out, so I can't re-sub. But Kimi is probably the direction in which I'm gonna go in the near future when I cancel my clothes subscription. So, yeah. Um, so yeah. What do you mean it's not open source? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the which app? I mean, you said first time, one time payment for the native apps. All the apps? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, technically for the native apps, the things that are um, iOS based, you need to pay $100 a year at least. So you need to make back at least $100 a year minimum. So if you have like a one-time payment of like $5 or 10, you know, yeah, it it is making sense at least. Um, but yeah, um, what do you think of the band war? Did you see Garmin's new bands? I haven't. No, Garmin had. Oh damn! Oh my god! How much is it? Is this gonna 22? Damn! Sorry. Oh, 200. Okay. 32K, which is a bit less than 22 for me. Um, also, it's called French Gray. This bitch is not loading. Um, that's champagne. There is a subscription. There is a base version with no subscription, or there is a subscription on top of it. Um, that's interesting. That's interesting. Um, well, that's not bad. The fact that the design is the same as the Whoop and the new Google band, I don't know the name, the Fitbit band. Um, like the fact that the Google one being like $99, if I remember correctly, is such an interesting thing. And I do think that this is what will win if they continue like this. The subscription being only for the AI features and other analytics things is good. I don't have my watches here, but the Wii things watches is the thing that I have, and bitch, get out. Um, and they are really good. I like them a lot. They are a lot more expensive, but they used to have no subscription whatsoever. And now they have added a subscription in the system. And I'm like, damn, like this makes no sense. And the sad part for me is that they have removed features that we had for free and they have put it inside of the subscription, and that's bad. So, eh. But these things are, if they are still available, apparently it feels like the fucking company is dead. Um, but these things having like a 25 days battery and tracking, minimal tracking being pretty good. This is nice. The other one that I have is this one. I have the Aura, not the 5. I need the 5 because it's smaller. Um, but I feel like this is a bit better in terms of fitness tracking. The only thing that I don't do with it is weightlifting because of how the dumbbells and other barbells and so on are just crushing it and basically scratching the surface of the ring inside. It's not as comfortable. So I don't wear it for sports, which defeats the purpose, I know, of a sports band. But still, I do prefer these things over the bands themselves just because of how minimalistic it is. But then they have a subscription system and I don't have to pay it because I've been with them for the longest time. So they have given me the subscription for free forever, which is good until they probably will change their direction and the CEO will say, oh, yeah, well, fuck off. So that will probably happen, but not today. Um, but yeah, other than that, it's for me, it's like the best option. And if I was to get a band, I would probably get the Google band instead. Um, I don't think Apple would create a band, to be honest, because they already are selling the smartwatch. So yeah, um, that's the Apple Watch is the thing that they have. So yeah, that okay, that thing. I don't think much about it. But I mean, we're we're not method. Um, this is a note recorder, and I didn't know that they had like a pin. I didn't know that they had a necklace. I knew these two things that are like basically small recorders that you can have on you slash on the back of your phone in your pockets and just record everything, have your meetings recorded and so on. Um, so it is an interesting concept for the people that have like a lot of calls, that have a lot of in-person meetings, and that just wants to take notes as voice to note, which is good. Um, but yeah, other than that, I don't know. I don't have a lot of thought about it. I think this is something that could have been an app, because the microphone on these things is probably not better, Madlu, welcome on it, than your phone's microphone or your headphones microphone if you have some. And I I understand that this thing has the ability to do multi-people speech. So basically being able to say, oh, that's one person speaking and then that's the other person speaking. And therefore I can have a transcript that contains the names and or person A, person B. This is a good thing. But yeah. Um that's that's no good. That's no good. I mean for me this is not the type of thing that I would buy just because it's physical and it doesn't makes a lot of sense for me. Um, but bitch, bitch. uh, for the mockups and questions, did I? Is it not here? It's right there. It's right in there. It's right in front of me. Uh, this is the place for mockups for me. Um, yeah. Uh, I do like. I do remember Pockets. Yes, I do remember Pockets. So this one is PSD. The last update is from 2025, so it's been a while. But uh, there's a ton of shit in there. If I remember correctly, for you, you're probably gonna have identity stationary mockups are gonna be pretty useful. There might be other things like stickers somewhere else, but like this is gonna be the best. I can see time. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? How's everything? So in there you will have a ton of things. Like this shit is pretty good for whatever. But these are PSD stuff, so you need access to Photoshop content. If you don't have access to a Photoshop license, you can get one legally on the internet. As always. But yeah, if you have Photoshop right away, then this is pretty good. Welcome back from the scrum. And so all of that is going to be pretty useful and pretty simple. There is so much shit in there. Again, as I've mentioned, when I saved this thing in 2012, roughly, maybe 2014, it was 500 plus mockups, and now it's 2000 plus. So they've been adding a ton of shit. So yeah, it's they've been at work. They've been doing a ton of things. Shit like this is great for presentation of the logos in places where you don't see it most of the times. And obviously it's not the best for like, I mean, it is Photoshop, so it's gonna be kind of shit to use if you don't know how to use Photoshop. But yeah, it's a great resource. We like it. And in the free mockup section, like if you go back one up, you will have specific dedicated sections. Most of them, again, are like 2025, not 2026. So I guess the website is kind of dead in some way, but there is still a ton of content in there that will be useful and beneficial to you. So that's a good thing. The other one that I like for the same reason is LS Graphics. Mainly because they have a ton of free things. You can link a Telegram channel of mockups. Yes, this is a kind of interesting thing, but why not? LS Graphics is paid most of the times. This one is like $9 a month, so that's fine, like kind of cheap. And one of the things that I like in there is that they have their online tool, and most of them things here will have the ability to give you some mockups, you know, that that are free, and we like it. Not all of it, obviously, but you know, in there, 3 projects, 3 labs ended, and the exports are in there. This is pretty cool. And then same thing, like $9 a month is a good thing. So I could give you mockup live as well. So so that's a good thing. But anything from LS Graphics is going to be pretty good, mainly because of the content that they have, and then from there you can have access to things like this that are really cool, really simple, really working. And in the free mockups for some of the most boring ones, like this, they work. You have access to it. It's just like a simple image. You change the image if you want to, and you know, like that's good enough. If I get into, damn, my computer is dying. Ta-da! So, like it's the type of shit that you can do, and it's good. Um, so, so that's a thing. It's working. I love it as graphics for that reason. And then there is another one which I always forget the name. So if it comes back to me, I will post it in the Discord. But if that doesn't come back to me, these two are really good. So yeah. No, sorry, I haven't had any inspiration for the logo just yet. I'll still think about a lot of other things. Um, sadly, yes. But yeah, the things here are pretty good. I can see that things here are pretty good. Which remind me just 1 second, which app is yours? Um, where? Where you want me to impersonate you? On the admin section? Is that what you're saying? Oh my god, there is the fucking selection thing that came back. That pissed me off. Damn, there is a lot of people, isn't there? I can suspend you. God damn, that's so good. Impersonate owner. I see. And then what do I do with that? Also, let me click on that link while it's there. Nothing has changed. That's the yeah, things have changed here. I see. There's only me that is live right now, so that's not going to help. This is not working as intended. I think it isn't. Damn. Yeah, some shits are not working as intended. Stormix, we're calling. How are you? Have you been? We haven't seen you in so long. What the fuck? How long was it? Last time you were here, it was January. God damn. God damn. It's been a while. Yeah, I don't see any changes, Stony. I don't know if like there is not a lot of things that are connected. I feel like it's either a me issue or something else. The only thing that changes is here. So it is broken, yeah. I see. Also, this entire fucking thing with the blue outline is pissing me off. When you click on the website page thingy, it just makes no sense. I'll see if it works better. See if it works better later. I don't know. You've been off Twitch. What happened? Oh yeah, this one. Yes. You saying 4 days? I can see time. 4 days for April to review it. I'm gonna say something to piss off everyone. One of the only apps that we've seen on this stream that have impressed me from the get-go. Almost the only app that we took a look at, and we're like, damn, that's good compared to regular activities reviews where we're like, there is a lot of design that needs to be changed. Um, 4 days is fine. Um, there are if it's the first one. By the way, if it's the first one uh, of their reviews, they take a bit more time, and they have been receiving so much uh, request for reviews that they are understaffed slash properly staffed, but like there is so much demands for reviews that it's just yeah, it, it's a lot. It's a lot. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. But you know, this one was really good. Does it still works? Ah, for fuck's sake. Every time. Every time. Haha. Yo, the test things from last time are now unvalidated, which is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. uh, yeah, they have been changing the review rules in the past 2 months, I think. So yeah, it's uh it's a bit harder, and they are enforcing some of the rules that they had in the rules before, but didn't really enforce a lot more than before. So there is a rule that I was scared of in the beginning, and now I'm like, it's fine. I got approved, but it's fine. But the rules that they had was we don't want to see the same thing that already exist on the App Store. So if we find a new, if you submit a new app that is very much the same as something else, and it doesn't have like an edge or something that is different either in features or in design, then we will probably just like not allow it. So things like to-do list and calculators and other calendars and so on are kind of, well, doesn't make any sense to allow that. We already have so many. So as long as you have something that stand out in terms of design, in terms of user experience, then they are fine with it. But yeah, um, it only works on staging. That makes a lot of sense, by the way. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, no. Other than that, it's fine. I have high hopes. The only thing that I'm seeing here for reasons is, and me being me as always, uh, I understand that you probably have done this recording with screenshots without any identifier of this is an Android app or an iOS app. So that it's just like, oh yeah, it's a phone, it works for everything. But still, in both cases, there would be a lot more space above your content for the status bar and a bit more content at the bottom for the navigation bar. Even on Android, like on this one, which is the Android phone that I have, I do have bottom navigation, and now it doesn't have any battery, so it's dead. And therefore, it has like a bit of space underneath that is like a bit greater than what you have here. That's the only thing. Um, I have a bit of an issue with this in terms of alignment and placement. Um, boy, I would have like stopped being the only one who remembers everything as 2 line instead of 3. But then again, on mobile, you can't really change the. I mean, you can do 100% width, but not great. And same thing here. This is not what we call an orphan because there is two, but usually like 1 to 2 words on the underline is just like, ah, specifically because you have the space. Like you could put the end here and then own home be there, and that would be enough. Um, I don't remember. I don't remember the name. Uh, Text wrap. That's the fucking. Damn. It just doesn't work. It is not an option. Um, Yet I can't like inherit it as it is. I should. It is balanced based on what you currently have. I guess it's the. I guess it's either your font size or your font width. You do have it. Important balance. It's already in place. God damn it. I don't see it. Is it also there? Yeah, that's not really. That's not better, but it is better. Um, Text wrap pretty? Is one? No. Yes, it is. Yeah. Um, it is. I guess it's the width constraint that just breaks shit. Like only is supposed to be there. Like that's a for sure thing for me. Um, so if I remove the text wrap, yeah, that's the thing. And then you have the max width here, which is 48 rems, which I'm guessing if I do there. Yeah, it's not gonna budge. Yeah. It's the container itself that just have a thing. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I feel like it would make more sense for me to have this aligned. But yeah, other than that, the rest is cool. I would expect these things to be interactive as of 2026. But that's it. That is about it. And this is good. That just tells me, yeah, it is supposed to be rendered and displayed, but it's just like we are waiting for Apple to release it and allow it. So yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. That is sad though. Yeah. A bit of a readability issue on these two because of the lightness of blue and purple. But the rest is good. The rest is good. Yeah. It's more than one. I agree. But that, it's just one plus. Oh, that's bad. All right. This is fine, but it's kind of bad. So it makes sense. You have the design that matches the rest of the landing page, which is good. It matches the app, which is good. But it is a friction point, specifically because I need to do at least 2 clicks um, in in order to be able to just move out of the prices that you have in place. So 3 users monthly is 12.65. If I don't pay attention, I might think that as a single user, I would have to pay 12.65. So if you had something like the user range as a slider that is set to 3, but also that layout shift here is kind of crazy. Uh, but uh, but give me the ability to just like slide it, just click and drag and slide it. That would be good. And then the monthly to yearly, the usual thing is just a toggle slash segmented control option to just switch to monthly or switch to yearly. And the goal, as always, is to make sure that the user is getting the best deal. Kinda, not really. But at least get stuck with the app for the longest time. So you want to be set to yearly first, displayed as monthly, because that makes sense. So in my eyes, I would say this is, I don't know, 450, not really, like 450 a month, billed yearly. Users will just see 450 a month, whereas monthly 537. So if you just have a toggle to switch the price, then it's an easier thing. If we go into I guess reference is gonna be there. Maybe endless design is gonna be good. Well, not endless apparently. This one has been reworked. It has changed since the last time I've seen it, and these are not options. Yeah, no, these are not good enough for what we're looking for. Let's just go there. You know, it's probably gonna be there. Let's go into the pricing directly. Like that. That is the common behavior for most platforms. And whoever, yes, 100%. No questions about the Vibe design or not. Like, it is. It's so sad because their previous website was really good. But yeah, having this makes a lot of sense. And as you can tell, it's just like per month billed annually or per month billed monthly. No real change, but it's just like, okay, if I pay yearly, I'm gonna pay 169 per year. Good. But you don't know exactly how much you're gonna pay right now. And then they fucked up their
One paralysis of the limbs to refusal food to the point of starvation.
but yeah, that's the yeah. I appreciate that. So yeah, I would have a slider or a set of options, like 1 user, 3 users. You have just 5 options, so you can have chips, just and it's okay. And then monthly, yearly. Also, that shit is wild. What the fuck is happening? It looks like it's the side scroll bar that is showing up, which is wild. It's just on hover. That's the like I see the oh, it's when I'm not on the page. Like you can see that bar that appears right here is just like it's the correct width for the school bar. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, that's the only thing that I see. Also, this just happens every time I exit the page. It's crazy. Uh, I'm gonna blame I'm gonna blame you on this one. I don't know. But that's the only thing. The rest, the landing page is good, the app is good. We know that, um, and the content is nice. We just hope that Apple is gonna review it fast enough and approve it. I don't remember how long they took for Can, which is my first app, but I think they took a week. Uh, like I gave them the thing, and then it's just like it didn't happen. Specifically, you're saying 4 days, which I'm guessing means that you have submitted it on Saturday or Sunday, in which case these may have been going through the cracks of something. There's nothing that stops you from getting through this system on, like, not that. Sorry, my bad. Um, of just un publishing the thing. Like if you have the app that is waiting review from distribution, nothing stops you from clicking that blue thing at the top that says I'll remove from distribution and then remove the build from here and resubmit it with another thing. Like create another build, change some font, some text in there, and then resubmit it to just put it back at the top of the pile. And it could work. It's just like, well, I noticed that there was an issue, and so on. One of the things that I have and have done since the beginning is this. Like in the notes for the review team, I'm just like friendly neighborhood designer dev and say, hi team. Always good. Here is the thing that is new in that review. So that's basically what you need to take a look at, nothing else. Even though I sometimes change things that are in other places. And like it's that easy. For Can last review, so that this one, um I basically submitted it and it was reviewed the next day, but it's a review of the app that already exists. The first one, submission number one, well, I guess this is like from far away. I think took like a week. But also first submission, I had forgotten some links. I had some issues with my App Store screenshots. They were looking for things in the stores as well. So we had a bit of a discussion with the review team, which took, I think, a week and a half for me to fix the entire thing. So, yeah. Um, and then again, this is an option. Like this is a very, very simple option for you to do, to just say, oh yeah, let's just me not get this one. Let me remove it and then resubmit it, and then you know, just uh, just be good. Okay, submitted on the 16th and approved almost the same day, next day ish. So yeah, but yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna take some time. You can resubmit. It's good. We like it. We like the things. We like the things. There's enough of a difference to the other calendars and to do apps and other things that I think it stands out. Design wise, it stands out, and concept wise, it stands out as well a bit. So I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Let me go get a drink of some sort. A small drink of some sort. Um, just inspiration, Fazo. Just inspiration. Also, uh, as mentioned, a small drink. This is the size of my head, by the way. This is crazy. I love these gangs. I love these. They look so good. They look so good. They're so nice. They're just like they. I don't know why they have decided that the illustration types that they have was going to be like their things, but you know, it's a neat. It's a neat design. It looks like teeth, and yeah, yeah. It's a Coke Zero super can, very French because this is the regular size for other people, but we like it. Um, so yeah, it's half a liter. For fonts, I love this thing. I love Creative Markets. And just going into the font section of Creative Markets, we've been talking about it for, I don't know, 16 years now. um, it just gives you everything that that you need to know. That's all that I love to do. Um, and it gives you a vibe of how the creator of the font was intending the font to be used. So it might not have the stress on it by default, right? The font might be just as clean as it is. But the creators said, well, it's going to be a dark font. It's going to be used on top of like dark background or like very interesting thing. And that's like basically the thing that you can have as a base. So Creative Market is going to be good. Google Font is going to be good for free fonts, but it's also going to be good for free font that everyone else has access to. And if you're doing branding, you kind of want to stand out and you want a font that isn't uh, the same as everyone else. So finding something that is an additional font like this one or the others is a good option, even if it looks like one of the Google fonts. Finding an option that is like personalized and so on is a good thing. The other thing that I love about Creative Market in general is that most of the fonts in there are going to be like 19 bucks, and therefore it's good. Like there is nothing to be too expensive. I don't think we've seen like so many of 230 bucks for the font in questions, but even then, like that's just so cheap, kind of, compared to some of the biggest font that we know. So yeah, Creative Markets for me is the best option. The other one that we talked about last time is Bfont, which is a test ability option. So if you're just looking for fonts for testing purposes, you go in there, you find a font that is, let's say that this is cool and you like it and you want to test it out. Then in here, you have this. This is a demo font. You can use it as a demo font for yourself so that you can see if the clients like it. But then, if you want to buy it, you can go into the official thing and buy the font, which is like $47. Fine. But like that's the thing. By the way, this one is report. Let me just get it because goddamn. I like it. I like the Zest as well. Zest is looking like a good font. In there. Yeah, it's interesting. These two are kind of fun. I don't see exactly what I can use or how I can use it just yet, but nonetheless, same ID. So getting like the demo font and then buying the font when you need it. This is the best option. So B fonts is good for that specific reason. Creative Markets is my go-to for most of the thing, mainly because you can go into some of the pre-selection things that they have, and they also have like a pretty good search system. So if you say, I need a font for a wedding or tattoo, maybe. I mean, tattoo is going to be kind of bad, but you know, there might be some very traditional bad fonts in their inspiration, but also some other thing that might work that you could use for as reference. Again, this is like 333 pages. So, yeah. And let's say you like this. I don't know, maybe you do. It says $20. And it could work. So yeah, Pongram is good as well. I agree. I think it has a bit of an issue sometimes where the fonts are not like that varied. There's not enough variations in all of the fonts that they have access to, and they are kind of similar as sans serif and so on. But yeah, Pentagram is really good, and I didn't know this one. Actually, interesting. That's interesting. I have a memory of that N27 as a logo for N26. Weirdly enough, specifically the N and 2, not the 6 though. But yeah, it's interesting. Nonetheless, yes. Brain. There, yes. The last one, which is not necessarily the most obvious one, but is going to be Behance. And Behance has a ton of things. They do have often the fonts and the creator of the fonts. So Goku is one of the fonts that I have booked. I don't know if I can find it here. I forgot the name of the creator, obviously. But I found this font at a time, and it was like, this is exactly what we need for the New Year resolution card that looked really good. And so I discovered this thing and I was like, this is really good. The numbers are really good. They work with what we want to have. Let me just, click the button at the bottom um, of this and just buy it because god damn it. Because it was available and it was in a pack, which is $38 for 4 phones, and I was like, okay, cool. Let me um uh let me just buy the entire thing. So I bought the entire thing, and now I have these 4 phones for $38, which is like nothing. And using that as a reference here and there when I need them is really cool. But also because Anthony James has other fonts, I have discovered like so much more. And being like, well, Vesta is pretty nice and it works for other things. So I bought, I think, I bought this pack, and I think I bought another pack from another site at some point. I think Omega is one of the one that I bought because it's just like, why not? Why not? So, last point being, if you are looking for font and typography, um, look on Behance, and Behance may have things that are like exactly what you need, sometimes free, which is crazy, by the way. Sometimes the creators are just like, well, yeah, free, cool. So, to be checked. That's a bit of a delay right there. And most importantly, similarly to creative markets from earlier, it's just you will see exactly how the creator of the font thought about using it. Like, this is very much album art, like name of the songs type of thing. And if it's good, it's good. And this one is free. So yeah, there is a ton of options on Behance to get some inspiration. And again, because of how things are done and because of how Behance search work, you can 100% get something that is like a different vibe. And it's just gonna give you dark fonts, which is not necessarily like just dark as the name of the font, but it's just like it's a dark font in the sense of it, like kind of gothic, but not gothic, but kind of, and so on. So that's the thing that I would do. But also, and I would say most importantly, if you just look at the tattoo studio branding on Behance, you can have a bit of an idea of what others designers have been coming up with, and then say, cool, that vibe, I like it. That vibe, I don't like it. That thing that they have done here is really cool and it stands out. This one is way too common behavior. This is such a copy of that thing, and so on. Therefore, you would have like a better understanding of what you can do, and you can also ensure that you are not 100% copying something that already exists. The thing is, as soon as you do this, you will probably get some inspiration about some of the thing that you have seen in there, and that's not necessarily the best option. But if you do that at the end or before you send it to the client and you just say, well, I've gone with this, it could work. As I've mentioned last time, I worked on Mima, and as page 1 will show you, I've done some research on paper first with most of my sketches being done like as text and so on. And then I went into some research for other things and continued some potential logo exploration here and there. But then I came up with this, which is basically that, but better rendered. And a bit of this as well. But I came up with this, and I was like, "Cool, this is kind of the direction in which we're gonna go." The client was like, "Yeah, I agree." So we explored a bit more on that loop option with different shapes, different looping, to just find thing that makes sense. And I didn't find much about it, and I was pretty happy with it. But then I for some reason I started to be on the internet, and I saw all of the designers around me just use the exact same concept. So I don't know if I will find it like really quickly. I don't think so. Um, but for the past few months, I've been seeing a lot of designers for branding things that just have incorporated that loop that I have put, like same fucking loop that I've put on Cat. What morning? How are you? How's the day going? Like this loop, like this thing exactly, on everything, and it's the thing that I didn't see before, and now that the project is done, and I see all of the other people just drops project that are very much similar in terms of vibe. Obviously, it's not the same market and positioning, but it's still like kind of same logo vibe overall. And I'm like, damn, that's just like 2026 first half. The designers had an idea that the loops was gonna come back, and everyone had that. So yeah, that's the loop in question again. So I don't know. I don't think it has a name, but it's just since releasing, I was like, shit, it's just everywhere. I just didn't see anything. Hugo, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? God damn. Had my first French class and got spotted as a streamer by tutor because she's also a streamer. I see. French class, I'm guessing not in person. I'm guessing. I don't know. And yes, I don't desperately need a job, but I do need one online. So that's, yeah, the camera was too good type of situation. I see. And the mic was too good. Yeah. Was it like a one-on-one situation? Or was it like a group class? Oh, French. Oh my God. Foreigners speaking French. So yeah, no, there is no name, at least from what I know, there is no name for these things, or at least there is none that I would use. But it is a squiggly line anyways, so yeah. Um, you sign up next week and it says startup in September. Well, September is not that far. So it is. It is so tiny. Look at it. Look at it. It's so tiny. It loop de loop. Yeah. 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 It is. But I saved like others. I think I have saved other things. Like this one was really cool. We liked it. Um, like these loaders also popped in back in March, and now I have integrated that in my app as well. So yeah. Well, the health condition doesn't allow me to get them. I still drank one today though, but yeah, officially no. um, it's not. It's not. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I think I saved others that have the same vibe. Like this one is the same loop again, and the only thing that I would say is that these loops, it is right there. That's the video I was looking for last time. These loops are made to be feeling organic compared to like the AI generated stuff. So they are here to just stand out as the first thing that we saw here, for example, in the background, um, right there, like that. Bitch, get out. That loop is like a squiggle that you would have on a piece of paper that makes sense to be like not AI generated. So that's a thing as well. That is, yeah. Um, we've been seeing that a lot. So I guess that's the name of the, as the name of the style is just organic styles. Damn, that's wild. That was loud for me. But yeah. So either you do it like me. That was my main point. Either you do it like me and you don't look at inspiration too much about the subject in question, and then once you deliver the project, you look at inspiration and then you're like, fuck, I did the thing that everyone else has done. Or you look at the inspiration first uh and then you're like, fuck, I can't do that because someone else has already done it. So it's basically a copy, so I don't like it. But then you still need to do something, so we'll end up doing a copy of something. So I don't know. I don't know. But it depends on you. It's an option. It's an option. So yeah. 1 hour class for now. I want to supplement the actual general course lessons with a tutor because although my ass will not speak in class with strangers. Yeah, I don't think you will speak in real life. um, but yeah. Do you show the client all those many variation of the same themes? No. No, I do. I am team overwhelm you as the client as much as I can. So basically, for me, the client get access to this, but they get access to the mess. They see all of that. They see all of the research. If I'm like, I'm not sure, like I'm gonna have like comments added to the client files. I'm gonna clean up some of the things, but most of the time I'm just gonna copy paste the entirety of a block so that they have too much to look at, specifically in the beginning. As I have mentioned before as well, I'm pretty fast when it comes to coming up with all of that. Like the mood board was like all of that first section at the top was day 1. Day 2 was basically condensing the mood board and ensuring that I had the sketches and the other thing that I had in mind. And then day 3 was a lot of variations done in one day. So all of that is like they give me a response in about 20 minutes, an hour after I send them a link. And it's just like, cool, we have something that makes sense. So we can move on. This one, yeah. Yeah. A lot of them have been inspired. Like this one is very much Magic the Gathering inspired. Same thing with this one. These are W's, by the way. Like these ones were W's as well. They were like split things. That is the official letters that we used. It's just, you know, all of that. So I'm giving them most of the things. When I have like sub IDs, Like this is something that I found on Pinterest, and I was like, this is pretty interesting in terms of color scheme and behavior, layout, and so on. So let me just create something that is similar using a font that I have access to, and same gradient, same thing, same ID. And then client was like, this is shit. I'm like, cool, this is shit. Not doing that. Um, they hated this one as well. I like it, but they hated it. You know, but yeah, they see everything, and specifically when I sent them, they said this is overwhelming, and I said good, that's what I wanted. I sent them this, the entirety here of the black sticker and like dark sticker thing, and just on white, just so that they don't like a stickers better. And so yeah, 26 days roughly. That was the plan. The plan was 20 days, and I took a bit of a longer time at times to experiment to other things. But yeah, so they saw all of that. They saw the research, all the thing that we had. And then when we had something that was kind of fixed, like I came up with this one, and they were like, yeah, that's what makes sense. That's the direction that we want to have. So we just full throttle on the entire thing, and then for decision making, um, it was just this. Like we have these three as options, and in terms of the M shape, and then they were like, well, the users um like the purple better than the rest in terms of color, but they like this M much better and this logo much better. So we're gonna go with that logo, but in purple. That's the thing. Nishit Wakoni, how are you? How's the day going? I did send them a copy of a Figma file, not this one, but a Figma file, yes. And so in there is everything. And yes, everything has been done in Figma always, all the times, because it is so much faster for me um, to get like these effects and things here and there. I stole that from Teki, as Teki doesn't know. They know. Teki knows. But yeah, like it's just yeah. Yeah, the thing is, the client files in question, um, let's the meme file it is here. The deliverable file, the thing that they have had access to, which officially they have, like, duplicated to their own platform, and I don't think they have access. I mean, I don't think they have this one still. Nonetheless, they have seen the research with all their comments and all the things that they wanted to have in there. They have seen the exploration with how much variations, as I mentioned, like how much variation there is on all of that. They have seen the validation phase with the 3-4 options that we had, with everything that we wanted to showcase, and our shortlist during the calls were like, Matcha is what we like, and Ube is what we like as well. So let me just give you a preview of all the M's and the rendering, so that the user that you will present that to can say, oh yeah, I like this better. And it was not like oh yeah, the color is better, and therefore I will like that M instead. So that was a fun thing. And then the delivery on May 20th was getting the PDF that I showcased earlier, plus the stickers, the components, and everything that they need to have within the right? Within the zip file that they received on top of the coded stuff. So each of the stamps, if they wanted to have them as elements on the website, they can just take one, export it, use it on the site, and so on. And if they wanted to change like the Istro services right there for some reason, they can change the text right there, which apparently they haven't done yet. But like that's the thing. So they have seen everything and they had access to everything. And in the research, I have like basically on everything that I'm not entirely sure about, I'm giving like small comments about why I kept that, why the pastels are good. So just small things. Instead of having comments here, I just add visual comments so that user can see things. And then this thing, which we kind of talk about at some point, is the range of things that I disclosed in the first meeting that I had with the client, and saying we have two ranges right now. We are going into the extra minimalist things or the extra maximalist things. There is a slot in the middle, which is like a middle ground where people are not, for social platforms. And most of the social platforms are into here. Some of the others are going into the maximalist, but not too much. And I think that range here is the slot that we could take. And therefore, that's where we went, which is like basically a mix of Untitled UI and some maximalist things here and there, like these buttons and these effects have been integrated into the UI side with some of the gradients and so on. But that's like placements and positioning and so on. But yeah, the client does get access to everything. It's I think for me it makes sense to overwhelm you with options, because when you are like here, you can't see the difference. Like I can see the difference in between some of them. Like some of them are just like, well, it's just the tail or the caps of the thing that are a bit different. Usually that's the case. But if you are a client and you don't know exactly, visually speaking, you might be like, well, they all look the same, but this one speaks to me. I don't know why, but this one like just speaks to me. And that's basically what happened. And we were like, well, this is pretty cool. I like this one because it's easier to draw. And then we went into that direction, and then I basically dropped this one. I don't know when that happened. I don't remember, but I basically sent them a Slack message of saying new M just dropped, and that was this one. And we both were like, yeah, that's where we want to go. And then they decided to share this on Blue Sky and on Twitter, and people were like, is it Jima? As if this was a J, and I was like, fuck me. So we had to split it to the other side. And now it goes the other way. But like this was so much, to me, this reads so much better. But based on the loop and the rendering, it looks like a J, and I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense. But fuck off though. So I then attempted like other shapes, other things, and figured out that it wasn't really gonna work. Had a cat in the middle for no reason. To be honest, the logo exploration right there was one of the most fun thing for me on like, I know, I appreciate it, because in there is so many things that I could see for other options. Like this Mima here which is kind of harder to read, or not even harder to read, but like it is. It could be an M or it could be a capital U, and this one is probably a U as well. So the readability of this is not there, but it is so clean and so cute on its own that it has a place. This one is also really cool. This one is wild. Don't think about it. Um, but yeah, like these ones are cute. For some reason, the client was reading these Mina. This one is Mina, and this one also Mina, even though it's like two hoops. And yeah, I feel like this would have worked as well for a different type of vibe. It could work for like a skincare company. And yeah, again, same thing. Like in here, I have skimmed a lot of the thing that I didn't want to save, but all of that was done in a day, all of that variation thing. Um, and what I'm saying in a day is probably like in 3 hours. So yeah, and that's the signature John Appleseed signature on macOS, and therefore that curve is probably where people are seeing the J in question. So yeah, um, it's yeah, it is good. Again, from my point of view as the designer, it is good to overwhelm you with variations and options, even when the variations themselves are just like color vibes, but also different directions themselves. Like right now, I could do this, for example, as a I need this um as a potential, like to check if that is a vibe that we want to go with. I like it, obviously, but like, it's an interesting thing. And it's so easy and so fast for me and also for you to just go through the exploration of like other variations and be like, yeah, well, this is just not an option. I love it personally, but you don't, and it's not an option for you. And I'm like, cool, good, let's move on. No need. So yeah, that's the thing. So to answer the question, yes, the client is seeing the wild variety of things. I'm also highlighting things here and there when I'm going into weird explorations. Uh, I'm also sending that to the client, and I'm showcasing it as a I had an ID and I saw something that gave me like this ID, and therefore I did some tests. It's interesting. It's not really viable. It stands out a lot. It might need to be like condensed in order to be logo size. I know this is not where we're going to go because we already had basically validated that this was the direction, but I had to get it out of my system. And I said, yeah, just take a look at it. So yeah, um, it's ID as a French speaking. Um, and yes, this is a bit of an engineering thing. This is inspired by the same thing as last time. This is inspired by the Spider-Verse um, elements that we've been talking about. So these ones and these ones came in. So basically reusing that explosion and the thing that I made after the fact. So it's a combination of this one and these colors as a base point. And then the other flames and other thing that existed. And then just put that into a weird system, rounded it up, aligned the roundness with the A itself. and then we got the very rounded things. It is a very nice thing. So when that happened, and I showed that to the client as a here is where we are, here is what I have in mind, and in my brain for from that ID. This was interesting. And then again, going back to this one specifically thing, this is kinda something that has inspired me for this. It is not the same, but it is the same idea. It's the same concept of having things that are overlapping each other, and I feel like this is a cool rendering of the thing, you know. So playing with that is neat. Um, they are all working as they should be working together, but yeah, it is coming from a lot of exploration and iteration, and then once we were like almost in an agreement on where we wanted to go in terms of the logo and saying, well, we are not sure about the M thing, so here are our three variations so that you can take a look and say this is good or this is not good. Um, and then we decided that this was the thing and this is good. And while I was working on it, I said that this was a better option. Um, and I still agree with myself that this would have been such a better option because of this animation and the meaning behind the animation in question. This would have been so good. Oh my god. I would have loved this. I would have loved this branding, which is what I'm trying to bring to Stony right now, by the way. um, and this is coming from one of the first IDs that we had. So in the in page one, we did this. Like this was one of the thing, and then I said, "This is cool. This is uh, this is an interesting thing, and we could animate the dot immediately." And clients said, "Oh yeah, 100%," and I said, "Oh yeah, 100%," and then I moved on to something else, and experimenting and exploring other things. And then we ended up with something that was more aligned. But for the sake of the presentation, I was showing that to the client, saying, "This is potentially something that is a good idea, and here, these are potentially something that is like so much more interesting and so much more fun for the brand guidelines and the presentation and so on." And so going in that direction with something that is way more fun and something that is way more like unique and memorable from what they are and how they look might might have been better. But yeah, it's uh, it's not what we decided to go for. So and now I'm bringing that vibe to Stony right there, kinda. Trying to see if we can have some other things in there. I don't think, Stony, that background um, is gonna be good enough. I mean, it's gonna be fine, but I don't know. It's not bad. It's not bad. Um, it adds something, that's for sure. Um, I'd probably go down in exposure, or let me change the tint a bit of a pink one. I think the green is really cool. I guess the middle point is good. Um, but temperature is fine. Um, highlight it a bit. Sorry. It's interesting. Yeah, I think right now the main issue that I have is the size of things, and if it was tiling instead, and tiling at like, I mean, not tiling, sorry, my bad, cropping instead, and potentially like a bit better for the size of the pattern itself. I do like the black line going through the mouse. I feel like this is pretty cool. But if we just got that instead, that could be a bit more interesting. Um, and then again, for the same, I don't think shaders would. I mean, based on how shaders have been working so far, uh, I I wouldn't mind not having the noms on this for readability sake, and therefore placing like that in a more busy graphical element portion, maybe a rotation, maybe something else, maybe a different like drop just for the blending of shit, or uh get this to be this one, but with the I wouldn't mind that. Um, so yeah. But then again, legally speaking, we don't have the rights to use that background effect. So I would need to come up with a an available texture that I can reuse and use as a base there, because it would make sense. But yeah, um, so that's the thing. Um, and also, Hugo, you said cool dribble. Doodle pack. What was you talking about? About the dribble doodle packs. Were you speaking about these? I think maybe. This is Atomic Marker, which is one of the interesting fonts that contain shit that is good. Um, and they have all of the packs that I like. And it's not that expensive. Um, the whole family is $16. You get everything in there, and it is nice. If you look on the internet, you will be able to find it for free somewhere for sure. But Atomic Marker is the font that I'm using on many, many, many things, just because it's good. It's good, and the doodles are great, and we like it. So yeah, use that. I mean, use that if you want to, but like use that. uh, 120 onwards. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you know. I mean, I know you don't know. um, there used to be an effect on this stream that was based on this specific fight. I don't think I have it on anymore, but that exact shot right here, when someone gifted subs 5 or more, we used to have this. That shot, that thing, exactly this, just coming from the user profile picture and then the explosion right on my face. That was there for a bit, and then for some reason I don't know why I removed it. Um, but yeah, it's supposed to be like supposed to be right here. Let me see if I still have on the alerts. Maybe. I mean, I guess I don't have it. uh, I don't have it. I have it here. That's another effect, but yeah. um, I mean, it's not in. If it's not in downloads, it probably in my docs. Uh. uh, I guess that could work. I need to turn it on, I think. Oh my god. This is probably gonna break some shit. Ah, damn. Well, we'll hope for the best. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Um, Almost, yeah. um, Fox is, I don't know. We don't have a lot of news. It has disappeared from the face of the earth for a bit, and yeah. Can I just do that? I can just do that. Right there. Just based on the arcane shot, this was made in Procreate as a reference, and yeah, timed properly. It was a nice alert. I don't know what I did with the fucking files though. That's the only thing that I'm like, ah. But yeah, yeah, I did that. I did that in basically at Christmas. Uh, it was nice. Anyways, it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing. Having an iPad is really good. When you not want to socialize with I should bring it back. Yeah, I just don't know where the fuck I put it. Because I forgot the name of the file in question. Um I will find it, that's for sure. But yeah. I know it's in the previous scene collection, which means that it's probably on my previous version of the computer. So it is somewhere on my drive that is right there. So I can probably find it like pretty easily, but it's just like far away. But yeah. The vibe that is here is very much the same, like similar IDs from Arcane, from other things, and getting some patterns and other handwritten shaded things makes it all sense. The thing is here, even though I wish we could have like a more appropriate thing on that front, um, in the that's an interesting system. That's the same thing. That's interesting. Is it that bad? It is that bad. That's interesting. Uh, I'm looking for positioning and using lightness here. Get something that is brighter. Get through. I don't know. Um, so yeah, the shaders just don't work. See, same fucking loop again. uh, um, the thing though, from now is that this is so easy to achieve in Figma, and then now with the MCPs and the other things, it is also so easy to do in code. Um, like it's not that complicated, but it works, and we like it. But yeah, it's the fucking loops again. And no, it's not like lifted from Mima. Mima has been this year type of thing, and when we were looking at things, and I got into the Mima search, which is right about here. So that's the last thing that I had from Mima research, which is like the Masha stuff and so on. Most of the thing that we had as a reference was like we had the loops here and there, and we had like the loops as a base because it exists and it's something that we had, which is good. So it's not lifted from Mima from the first place. But but still, like I didn't see as much. Like I saw it in shit like this, like additional squiggles here and there, or that was an ID, but that's about it. Like not a fully loaded thing. And then after that, it's just like this one was one that we use as a reference. Um, but there's just like so much more. You can see that this is stopped and no more Mima stuff. Um, but yeah, I mean, you know exactly what I'm working on when you look at my Pinterest boards. That's the best thing for you if you want to know who I'm working with, what I'm looking at, what is the inspirations, what is the next thing that I'm gonna do. It's you just scroll through my Pinterest, which I should have as a link, but like about a year and a half ago, I started to like these things and these very like organic manual handwritten things. A lot of people right now are re-adding these to their websites and their project because it feels more human and organic and generated. And guess what? It's in my own apps right now. I have very similar things, and the stuff that I'm about to work on now in the next few weeks and months is going to be kind of similar. Yeah, I similar. Uh, I saw that go through about earlier this morning of Cloud Code being able to get like the iOS simulator, but that I don't know if I trust it. But yeah, shit like this, getting like the paper textures and all the things in there to make sense. God damn, today is a landing day apparently for everyone but me. Am I gonna not land? Is that the plan? That's the plan. I'm sure. I'm sure that's the plan. Um, the current issue that I have here specifically is if you get yourself a perfume or an entry that has a ton of sub entries, right? God damn, I'm not. Yeah, no one's making it. We're good. We're good. Um, congrats on landing. Um, the if you have a perfume like this one, for example, I have like so much entries in there. It's kind of complicated to read. Nishit, congrats on landing as well. God damn, everyone but me. That's crazy. What the fuck? Um, and so there is it's not a new trend, but there is like a project that has popped on my feed earlier today that is very aligned with what I have in my head. Something like this, where you would have the ability to see your notebook for your perfumes and what you like about it, and open it for the details, but having the the current stickers that I have at the top of the page here as a sticker on top of the book itself. So you would have the stickers right there, and then you open it and you have all of your entries written down on the day-by-day things. That is, I think this is really cool. I think that could work. What do you mean start your time for time to dig? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they probably have received 1,000 of them, right? Use the power wisely. The fact that they are sending emails every time, this is the worst option. So yeah, they probably have received like a ton of them already. But yeah, and you can see that in my Pinterest research from last year. All the things that were in there that were really interesting and really fun, and that I still haven't introduced. And then now that Stony has something that is very interesting that I'm pushing the brand in that direction with the fun stuff. These things are coming back up as additional vibes options. This is very much Persona 5 vibes, which is not necessarily what we want, but like getting into some fun graphical elements is very interesting and could very much be integrated. The one that we have here, specifically the font itself, I would love to find it because I think this is a font that could work for the noms. Mainly because it's very much condensed and you can have num noms in the entirety of the app icon. So that could be fun stuff. But nonetheless, like these inspirations are very much inspiring me for that logo thing. So, maybe a vibe like this makes sense. Um, Not really. I mean, you can't really have it. Like that's the thing. If I nom noms and even if I just like Bebas, which is for whatever, and then stretch it out, it's not as readable. Um, it's not bad, but it's not as readable, and it's always going to be kind of complex to work with. So I don't know. I could see it happen. What scaling fonts like this is never a good option. God damn it, that's the wrong key. But there is like a lot of things in there that could work, but it's just like, yeah. I don't like that font specifically. I would rather go into a fan-ass font that exists, like the one that we saw earlier. Like shit like this, for example, is a lot more fun to play with. And the thing that we had on B-Font earlier, like Nico is a good one. I feel like this is a font that I will probably buy and get. I think you forgot a column at the end. Uh, like that's I think for me that's a good font, which means that if I go on to Nico and just do I want the true types? I think I do. Damn. My computer is slow. Um, like that's fun. That's nice. That has interesting character to it. And so getting that, like making sure that all of the characters that are in there are using Nico as an experiment, is pretty much interesting if I can do that. Like it is. I wouldn't say it is more interesting than the previous one, but it has something, I would say, more fun. Bitch. That's probably what happened. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's probably the reason. Um, it's a bit more condensed. I feel like it has um some interesting shapes here and there. So it does look like a K because the N is on top. Maybe if the O is underneath, that could be an option as well. Um, yeah. Yeah, if you have your all your letters uh together, and then you can just experiment with other things. Like shrimp is good. I love shrimp for the name of the font and for how it looks. I feel like there are stuff in there that also same thing would probably like be good in the usage that we have of it. Um, make it kind of fun, you know, experimenting with fonts. Good. And then shrimp, again, I got it from here. Like shrimp is coming from this one. So if I, again, to go back to the question from earlier from finding good fonts, B font being a place where I can have access to the demo version of all the fonts that are cool is so useful because I can just get the thing, test it out, and be like, cool, I like it. The clients like it. We can buy it. It's $40, and then we're good. So yeah. Uh, technically, the mouse is biting the Z, but yeah, I like this though. I like Nico as a font. The Z is pissing me off. It's not necessarily good. Um, and so as I've mentioned before as well, the fact that you could do that, like that's a weird system, but it works. And if you want it to be like kind of closer to the original width of the Z itself, you can kind of play with it and get a similar, like a very interesting thing. It is a girthy Z for sure, but it is fun and it makes sense. And wingding is not gonna work. So it has too much angles and curves. Naturally gifted Z, yeah, 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 yeah. But yeah, like that. These are things that are interesting to play with. I do think that there are something that could happen here with some overlays and other things for the colors themselves. Like this is cool. And could probably go with our initial red. It's a bit of a splatter of blood, not gonna lie. But this is fun. Ooh. Sorry, I went to something for a split second that was really cool. Um, I like the crusty switch. Uh, it's hmm. That's fun. It's fun. Damn. This is a very basketball thing. Colors, uh, for me. Yeah, this one is interesting. The purple is nice. And you can move things through. Yeah. This is a very much MTV. A long time ago. uh, Logos that are interesting, which is fun. But yeah, it does give off that kind of scratched face thing. We have like a lot of references for this. Um, but yeah, shit like this makes sense to me. Always. That's the reference that we used from earlier. Um, and these things are just like have a good focus time. Take care of yourself. Thanks a lot for the pictures of the food. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. This one is really cool. Staying in the stickers, that's for sure. Man, Rave, welcome in. Someone takes off, someone comes in. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. But yeah, like there is a sort of thing that we can do. That's all I'm saying. I love these colors. I love the bright ass colors. I love the combination of Evangelion purple and green, so that we have something that just stands out. I also love these kind of textures, dot print dot. I don't know how they are named in English. I know them um, in French, but it's weird. That patterns, that shaders is an interesting thing. It could be added on top of something that exists. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day, Lone Traveler. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Huh, I'm dying. The French word for this translates to uh, bird's eye. Yeah, no, that's not. That's not. It is. It's the same fucking thing. It's partridge eye pattern. Um, but that's not. That's not the fucking. Damn, that's disgusting. That's the thing. Now they're calling it rosette. Rosette. But yeah, it's the principle of having your CM, Y, and K patterns being grid dots with different variation of more ink or less ink, and then rotation to give you the proper amount of the colors that you need. So they have like specific angles, and the outputs are basically creating the colors in question. So they are like four colors with the CM1, C, Y, M, K. Damn. So yeah, I am rusty on these. Anyways. Anyways. The YMCA color patterns, yes. Exactly. Exactly. And that's also another thing that I had in mind that I love. That is roughly a thing that I did in the first version of the red when I wanted to have my like gradients there to take that color. It is roughly the same color that we have here, making sure that like the bottom is closer to it and it has like the fade within. But then when you look at this again, when you look at this here, it's so bright. It's such a bright red. When you look at it here, compared to the colors that we have from the beginning, this is dull. At least on my screen. On stream, it's pretty bright, but you know, same concept, same idea. But yeah, no, this is really cool. I would just need to create like uh, an effect for this. Maybe. I don't think it will work, but we never know. Like, we would need something like this, and then we would have an effect that is probably a shader, and then that shader should be maybe the dithering. But I mean, based on what Figma has put in place, I don't think the shaders do anything anymore. I really don't understand, because nothing is dithering. Like, it's not applying to the content, and this is so weird. This is such a weird system. Because I can't. I don't think I can, at least. I can do that, but that's it. And that's just applying the dithering on top of the entirety of the shape, which is not what we want. Like, basically, this needs to go up one layer, um, and get up, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Nonetheless. Shaders are just shit. um, like the halftone one is the one that we kind of want on the background, I guess. With a probably a dot size of like 1 to 2, and 4 is the smallest option. So that's probably the only option. Uh, meh. Eh, eh, eh. That's fun. Same thing as earlier, like it would need this to be out, and then that to be no shaders, nothing, place, none of that. Like this, the kinda. um, it kind of could work if you place that properly and you get like the right amount of something in the vibe. Then I'm guessing something blue is probably going to be a bit better for the transition. But then with that, if I get the proper transition filter from what we currently have, hatching is an interesting system. It needs to be like very small, but it's just like not necessarily the best option. This is very much Starbucks based on the colors. So whatever. But that's not the best option. The bloom is gonna be fine. The GUI is gonna be weird. The color's edge could do something, but it's gonna just be the same thing anyways. Pixelating is gonna be fine. Same thing. We could play with that. That's fun. I like it. And this is one of these weird additions, potentials. Eh. This is bad. It's bad. I see. I see. That is true. I wanted to build this, but Xcode died, so I need to reopen Xcode, and it's gonna take a bit in order to just pop up. I know you can't preview that. basically there has been in the perfume app, there has been some things that have been requested by the users, which is the ability to give you filtering ability for the recommendation of the day. And so in the current system, you can change the mode of recommendations, but that's it. And some days you want to have something for the gym and then you want to get something for work. And right now you can't really do that. It's just going to give you a recommendation for the day. That is the one that you're going to use for the gym if you take that. And then you're going to have to like take a shower, stop wearing it, and then it's going to give you the next recommendation basically. And it's not necessarily going to be appropriate for the work day and so on. And so the recommendation or the question from the user is that they have filters and they have sorted their own perfume collection in existing filters, and they would love for the app to be able to say, "Oh, I need this to be for like the energy or for the art techno things and so on." And it's recommend something for the day based on that subsection of my collection, or based on the mood, or based on something else. And some of the thing that we have here, for example, is that they in perfume, we say, I would love to find something that is green or something that is white, something that is like red, because the scent in question evokes some sort of a color in some users. But this is so personal, like something that is green to me might be green to you, but something that is red to me might be blue to you or purple to you if you have like similar things. So the request is having something that is filtered. And so the thing that I wanted to put in place is something that looks like this, where you have a sentence-based filter. So it's conversational without being an LLM conversational thing. And you can just say, let me just zoom in on that bitch instead, for no reason whatsoever. You can just get in and say, I'm looking for a citrusy, fruity perfume for casual slash date night activity. And currently it is summer, but I want something that is mostly like springtime vibes. And that then give you the ability to just get the results. It's just going to give you the result of things with what matches with your recommendations, your research, and so on. It is fine, but I don't know if I like it. I like this. I think it's working. I think it's a good rendering, but in terms of accessibility, it's not as good for reach. Like it's high on the screen, and I can't really place it bottom of the screen for what just happened a second ago. If I have like long form uh, tags and like a lot more tags in question, like that's I'm just wanting to have something that is like kind of wild. It's gonna push back, so if I put it at the bottom, it's gonna just move back up, and that is layout shift that I don't want to have in the app. And the other thing, or the other potential option for this thing, is to implement it as a recommendation card itself, and making it live within the cards instead of within the full screen view. So it could work, but it's kind of tiny. And that's the debate that I have right now. I don't know. This would work. It's scrollable so that if you have like too much for some fucking reason, um, you could scroll it if you wanted to. And it works better for the interface, but it is tiny and it is in the center of the screen. So I don't know. I don't know. The full screen composer is potentially easier to grasp, but the card is better integrated within the app and it doesn't shift the layout too much. So I don't know. But yeah, that section at the top is what I always wanted to create, and the thing in question, the inspiration in question for this is coming from Blank, which is probably gonna be on Behance. If I find it, do we have Blank like this? Is that the name in Most Appreciated? We talked about it before. Um, eh, yeah. Is it Blank app? I think from what I remember, I can't find Blank app from Behance, but if I look for Blank on Google, the God dang, do I need none of this? Because that's going into the search engine system? Oh my God. I think we talked about it before. But it's basically, or it was, a project on Behance that uh, was a community-based system where people could say, uh, where can I buy, or no, I can buy these shoes at blank. And people would reply where they can buy the shoes. Or I'm looking for tickets to that concert uh, in April, whatever. And then people would link things directly in the blank. So that's it was an interesting system, but obviously I'm looking for it, so I can't I can't find it. And I doubt it's blank with a Q. Yeah, no, it's not. But yeah, it was an interesting app, and they had like a conversational input for their form, which is really good, which I think works and makes things more interesting when it comes to your conversational UI. So that's the thing that I've been trying to build for the longest time, because blank for me in my head is like 2014, maybe 2015-ish, if not before. Um, and it's the type of thing that I've always wanted to put in place because it's easy to understand from a user point of view. Like, I'm looking for something for that event in that season is such an easy sentence to read. The only option or issue that I may have in the future is if I have, which I will, but if I have some multilingual translation, reorganizing the sentence based on the needs is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. So that's the sad part. Um, but yeah, that's the thing in question. That is the thing in question. Anywho, back to this. This is interesting, Stony. I'm not saying that it's good, but it's interesting. I think the noise is what I want to have like a bit more of for the transitions there. And there's no background, which is good. You have the heat color that you can change. This is fun, but that's... God damn it, I forgot about that. This is fun, but it basically gives you it gives you a bit of a weird thing because you have the front uh, right there, and then you have your back content that is within as a container. So container is taking the effects in questions. I like the random black stripes as well. I do think that there are stuff that could work, but obviously, like, oh, damn. Damn. Uh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Can play with shaders as always. That's kind of bad. um, yeah. Nah. Things can be done, right? It is with a K. It is. Thank you. Appreciate it. And also, I'm not gonna say that for the sake of saying that, but still, today this is not gonna fly, and this is the reason why LLMs are using these fonts. Is because in the past these fonts were used a lot on a lot of other things. So yeah, but yeah, that system and that idea of I'm looking for something and it's just like a card that is to be filled is so nice. I like this concept. I've always been liking this concept. I've been liking the illustration type that they have as well for the animations and so on. And it was really cool. What the fuck did you search? That's my question now. How did you find it? How did you find it? This thing has been appreciated for a long time. And this is posted on 2017. So this is like a 2016-ish project. Community app, fill the blank behance. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, 100%. 100%. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Why not? Why not? If you just describe what the thing is doing, it's weirdly enough, Google is good. I know. I wouldn't have thought about that. For sure. For sure. I did like this, but this is like static option, and I kind of like the ID and the content like options that we have there. With that, um, damn, yeah, it's kind of the vibe, neuromancer type of thing. Um, if you know. Which makes sense. Which makes sense. It is interesting. And again, the reason why I'm using shaders instead of this thing is because this thing is 100% the um, Into the Spider-Verse screenshot. And therefore, legally speaking, that's a no. So I don't want to be in any legal trouble for anything that is coming from this, and therefore trying to find a way to get like a similar vibe is, could, might, shall be interesting, potential, more fun. I don't know. The other thing that is very important, as I've mentioned before, is that right now we are playing with this shit at 135 by 135, which is, god damn it, which is not the size that we want this thing to be in order to get the system to figure out exactly the effects. And so if we go into 1024 instead, we would have a lot more grain and a lot more things, which will also allow us to get additional shaders on top. So for example, if I went to a halftone on top of that, then we could have some similar effect here and there to experiment and get the same vibe that we can't really achieve at a small size. So that's a thing to be aware of, uh, just for the sake of presentation. It's fun. Can I? Oh, I like that. Can I normalize this in white? I guess the opacity is where things are falling off, and we don't really have a plus lighter in there, but this could work. It's a soft enough thing. And the effect on the background as well, the half tone is interesting. We can make it a bit bigger if we wanted to. But it gives us like a very fun place to play with. There. Yeah, it could work. It could work. And then again, that thing, because we have it as a container, as an element within, it could also be an option. Right now, the thing that is distorting it is going to be the second half of the effect. So, um, yeah, it's interesting. It could work. It could be fun. It could be easy to play with here and there. There are some colors that needs to be changed. Like for example, here this might not work with that much green, so maybe getting it to a more purpley pink system could be a bit more interesting here to get like the readability at the top. Or just fully green there, and then maybe fully green there as well. Maybe a bit of blue. I guess the bit of blue is going to be a callback to what we had on the Spider-Verse, and an in-between, which is kind of green but not too much, is an option. The full green is really cool. I still like this. It's very much like metallic. So maybe an in-between here, and then the lighter color to bleed through is an option. I think the distortion is too much right there. We can make it like way more distort, but I think the distortion is too much. And the placement with the offset could, like, we could have the mouse position that distort the background as a point, which is interesting. It seems to blend in. It might be not a good idea, by the way. But this is fun. It's not that, but it. What is this thing though? Yeah, yeah. That's more going to be with Atomic font, the Atomic marker font, as a background with overlapping things. So if I were to do something similar here, for example, when I remove the main thing, we make it white, we reset this, it's just like the basic option on white, we good, no issues there. And we get something like these, as in potentially having the edge of this on the side, or some other effects here and there could create like a bit of a thing. I'm guessing this one is always going to be the best option for many things. Kind of always, it's kind of wild. But just having that as a background thing right there, and then you get this at in a nice color. So, something like this, and then your background, instead of being pure white, can you make it a different color like this, or like that, or that, or this. I like that. But this could be interesting. What is? I don't think it's downloading. I'm gonna say that. Yeah. This is not opening shit. Nor is it downloading shit. So, yeah. That. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't download shit. I think GitHub has some GitHub Discord has some issues with their system right now, so I'm gonna try again later. Right now, it just doesn't work. It does work. If I were to instead wilder option. Yeah. I don't remember. That could work if we combine them and then add an effect. Um, I guess the best option here, halftone, is going to be pretty interesting if we put the sizes very down and then no softness. I guess the dots is fine. At a higher size, this could be very interesting. Uh, I guess 0.8. This is very Spider-Man colors. I don't know why, but that's the vibe that I get from this. Um, do we have like a black background? Is that what happens? No. Oh, that's what happens. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. It's you. You are adding the background to the content. Yeah, and your background is black. Damn. Um, yeah. I think it's I mean, right now it's the size of the dots that are like way too small for the size of the thing. Very informative what I just said. uh, But yeah, no, the colors is uh ah like that. These old ones have kind of the same variation of color with the black, red, and blue, and yeah, but that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from this, based on the color scheme that we are getting. But if I wanted to just do that instead, that's an option. I do like the blue though, and based on what we had earlier, I think a purple could be interesting. And then there is something that I haven't done yet, but is absolutely an option. Adding an effect to the layer itself, as for example, here I could have a layer blur to just make it blend in with the rest, so it will go through the system of colors is blending in with the next color next to it, and then having the halftone textures on top of it could be interesting as well. So we have these things, we have the options to like multiply, color, dodge, and so on, with other things to give us like some more effects, and I don't mind it. Bitch, that's not what I selected. uh this is fun. This is more clean than anything else, but it's fun. um Damn, sorry. Yeah, this is because of the blur on these two things. If we remove that blur, it might be a more sharper thing, which is interesting. But yeah, everything so that it works. It's it's just Arc. I don't think Arc is giving me or allowing me to do anything right now. Like something is off in the system, and therefore it just yeah, no download, no downloading options. Um, maybe I'm just out of space. No, I'm good. I don't know. I don't yes. Yes. I mean, we've done that last time. So yeah. Other than that, that's the only byte option. We don't have a lot of other mouse potentials. Um, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, this one is fun, but it's not good. Not yet, at least. And potentially taking it to basically like adding a shape underneath that gets the exact same treatment as the rest with no radio in the background, maybe uh, no kind of radius potential placements on top of everything on top, and then adding the shaders that we just used a second ago, like the halftone on top, is a potential to just get the effect on it, but it also like might not work. I feel like there are stuff in there that will work for sure, but also like might not get through. There might be like other filters and options that we have, like the gradient map could do something to it. Um, boy, not much. I doubt. I doubt the heat map will do anything good. Yeah. Based on how it works and how it's been built. Um, there are stuff in there that we have as options. Damn. To get like similar outputs than we had earlier. So we have options. That's what I'm saying. But yeah. This one I did the halftone CMYK is one that I've done, but it just doesn't work. It doesn't necessarily work with the system. Or at least not as much as I want it to. Yeah. Um, in order to achieve what we have here, like the original one from the Spider-Verse, I need to research a lot more on how they have achieved it. And this is not an illustration patterns that I know. What is this? This is not an illustration pattern that I know how to do easily within Figma. That's what makes sense. So, in my eyes, the option that we have in order to achieve this thing is going to be something along the line of, God damn it. Every time when I'm taking something that is not what I selected, it just gives me something else. It is probably going to be somehow a halftone shader that is added to the shape itself, and the background is inexistent, and that shape is getting the dot size to be like kind of small, and the dot scale to be a bit smaller as well. And then there is a need for some sort of a inverted slash whatever thing, kinda. Um, and that alone is something that goes on top of a color scheme or something in the main container colors. So if we have, like, let's say we had like a white background, I don't know. I mean, that's the white background thing. But if we have like a background here that is colored, kind of sad that it's not the same, uh, then there is a need for this thing to have a blend mode and that blend mode to be working with the thing underneath. And that's the only option that we have to merge the colors together. Or most likely, these are brushes in Procreate or other whatever illustration thing that they have, and I need to just create the illustration by hand, and then I would be able to do something else. Damn. Shit. I just got $100 out of my account. Did I take my pills? This is true. I didn't. I thank you. I would have forgotten. I mean, technically I did, so I appreciate it. Um, yeah, you're not making it. I'm sorry. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that we can do and play with in there to figure out exactly how things are going to work. And it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. And there's probably like a lot of options to figure out exactly how to get like proper transition, proper overlay, proper overlaps of stuff. It's just like not going to be the easiest within Figma. But we could try. We can try. Again, currently working at a very small size doesn't help with the rendering. So, yeah. And again, very important part, which we haven't touched, and then I need to find someone to rate. This is just a fucking logo, app icon, potential direction for the marketing branding things. And yeah, that's the truth. Based on what you just said, we have a tweet that is specific. I don't know if I saved it, or if it's just like in my likes. I feel like I did sew it through. It is in my like on Twitter. It is from Joel, I think. And it is a bit of a truth from designers to designers. I know exactly what image we have as the thumbnail, so that's why I'm like, I know where it is, kinda, but not really. I could just search for the user again, but if I remembered the name properly, it would, you know, not be fun. God damn it. It's a dark background, limited illustrative post with, again, I would love for us to get something like this, but this is a combination of the pixelate, the heat map, and animation system. But yeah, I would love that. Um, 1 second. There has been so many shaders popping in, to be honest, on my feed, and I'm like, yeah, shaders make sense, but also it's overused. And so if we can use something or have something that is like more us and less just, oh yeah, shaders are cool, um, it would help. I think it would be good. That's the idea. Uh, I am not finding it. And then I saw the bald guy, meaning that it's probably somewhere else. And I may have saved it on. That was close. This is not the one that I had in mind. God damn it. Again, if I knew the name of the person, I would find it almost instantly. Oh my god. But basically the principle of the tweet that I'm looking for and not finding is a designer that is kind of known for being a designer on the internet, saying that most designers do not experiment and do variation or enough variation on a daily basis to find exactly what they want to have um, as their final thing. And it's just iteration is extremely important. And their tweet, this one is just like a 9 second animation of like small teeny tiny variations in terms of visuals, but also in terms of layout and alignment and so on. And Josh is good for these types of things. We've been talking about it for a long time. And right now we are making as much variations as possible of the same thing because we have decided that this was the direction that we wanted to go toward. But still, I don't know if this is a good direction really for what we want to have um, just yet, still. And then on the other point of things, I feel like these buttons as main buttons on the landing page would work, and these buttons as the main button in the app itself makes a lot more sense. So we could have a very acid in your face button on the landing page so that users are just attracted to the things in question, and then something that is very muted and unbothering within the app. We could also have things like this, for example, like this toggles being on and this toggle being off. So combination of two is an option, not needing to be like that boring ass thing. It could very much be bright because toggles are not going to be the most all the time, always presented. You have some sections in there that are like 100% just
Freezing Hot
toggles.
Dog 2 is now following.
Freezing hot dogs. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I love your name. Also, 2 means that you probably had an issue with freezing a hot dog 1. So it could be a combination of things. I'm still 100% sure that this needs to be like absolutely rounded in the design to be friendly for most users and fatter for most things. So we'll see about that. But yeah, these are fun. That's it. These are fun. I don't mind the unreadability of this with the black. I feel like this is pretty nice, and it could also work here. Um, you found me in the category. Well, Colin, you reached the stream near the end, sadly for you. But I'm here on every Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, starting at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. So I don't know where you live, but like it's been 6 hours, I think, now, based on that. Yeah, yeah. And I don't stream for too long, usually. Like this is a long stream for me. Um, but yeah, if you have any question about design or anything else, feel free to ask. If you want me to take a look at some of the things that you've worked on in the past, feel free to ask as well. I'm here to help, as always. As always. I guess this could work if I go through a pure black transition thing with no opacities. It could blend in, like it blends in here, so that it's just like it's there. And then the image itself could just get like a smidge here, or a smidge there. So the N is gonna be cut, the Z is gonna be fine, the M is gonna bleed in. And in order to get that to potentially get better, we can make it a bit bigger. The Z is gonna go away. Yeah. I guess there, the M is gonna be kind of blended in. The N is gonna go out. Yeah. But that's interesting. That's in. um Deep dark in the thing and add a fatter size for this. If we go to full size system 1040 1024, my bad, and then get an effect on this, maybe it could work. I guess dithering could, maybe. Oh, can't. Not even maybe. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't mind it. I don't mind it though. Oh, if I do that, is it gonna go through? If I do a drop shadow, is it drop shadowing? It is drop shadowing. They, sorry, that's the wrong one. It is drop shadowing. Eh, I don't mind it. A bit of a sticker tape situation. I feel like a blend mode would help to not have like any of that on this. If we get like an overlay or a multiply or something like this, it could work. But there's something to be done with this for sure. Is it good? Not like this. Is it fine? Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. I still, from what I said earlier, I still like this. I still like the fact that the mouse is like bending the background a bit with gravity and shit. It's a fun app icon option. Is it readable from far away? Mm, mm. Uh, no. But yeah, no, your idea of customizable icon by user is such a hard thing to do um, natively. Uh, Based on what I mentioned earlier last week slash on Monday, I forgot. I think last week, where basically you need to have the on iOS specifically, you need to have the app icons PNGs in a very specific type of folder slash format to be recognized as an app icon, and then the user needs to willingly change it. And this is not necessarily something that you can do on the fly, at least from what I know. There might be some options to do it, but yeah, still. Um, and if we have like 60,000 options of icons in the first place, then do we really need customizable things? You know, um, no, it is feasible. It is feasible. It's just like not the easiest thing to do. And you would basically just say, I have this folder where my app icon is contained in the asset catalog, and then it's going to take the app icon from that asset catalog things and drop it on disk, and then use that on disk PNG, and then you can basically overwrite that PNG because it's just the same path. So it's feasible, but it goes against Apple guidelines, and therefore is a good ground on getting banned from the App Store forever. So, not good, not good. We would love to avoid that, for many reasons, most reasons. So yeah, um, Discord doesn't do it. Discord and Duolingo app changes have update based, and or you do have on Android there is no issues in changing the app icon, but like on here, if I go into the Discord section and go into my settings, in appearance, it's not even in appearance, it is app icon right there. If I do this, come on, you can do it. You can connect. It's not that far away. It's just on my desk. We were connected a second ago. That's the thing that pisses me off. We were on. Some reason. Let me do that the old-fashioned way. With a cable. Oh my god, a cable. If I go there, which obviously, I'm asking for something that is so simple, that it's supposed to just, work and be connected. Ah, that's the reason. It's just the link has been severed. Oh my god.
Burning.
I can get this, which is not what we want. But I can't.
Burning.
I can't get the thing through. God damn it. Do I hate this? It's crazy. It's crazy. I know why though. We installed the latest version of the OS, and therefore the mirroring is having a bit of an issue with the system. So it's just it's just fine. Anyways, this is faster. And also no batteries, that's the thing. If I decided to switch the icon, officially speaking, I'm getting this, which is fine, by the way, right? It's a fine thing. I can switch the app icon, and now the app icon is going to be this instead of this. But in order to get all of that, just Discord had to create the variations of the app icon. For me to have the ability to switch and create the app icons on my own, like within the app, this is not necessarily going to work because the app icon thing is supposed to be a very specific type of file format that is that is mostly available through the Icon Composer app itself and not a PNG. You can use a PNG, but if you want the whole controls of like dark mode, light mode, and so on, using the Icon Composer is going to be so much easier for everything. So that's the reason. That's the idea. And that's why we can't really have that. With you. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fine. Anywho. Damn. Who do we have to raid? That's the question. You go. QT. Key. Q. QTK. That makes sense. You go stay there for the raid. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. As always, this was a longer stream than usual, but I appreciate it. If you have a question and I'm not live for some fucking reason, just join the Discord, the Discord. Join the Discord. Ask the question there. That makes sense. If you have a big ass collection of perfumes, use perfume. It's good. And if you have a big ass list of links that you share with other people, use Ban. Ban is pretty cool. I feel like it needs an update though. So, yeah. And then yeah, Can is good if you are learning Japanese. Me being good at pixel art, I used to, but I haven't practiced in about 12 years, so probably not. I can fix pixel art, yes, but I wouldn't be able to create one from scratch. I could create a logo and then pixelate it if that's an option, but yeah, nonetheless. I will be back on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. Stoney, you won. Chifazo, you are number 2, which is pretty good. You both beat Stream Element, which is good. And yes, Stream 0 because it's just working. Anyways, bye.